Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Nigerian women at home and in the diaspora have made remarkable impacts in their chosen professions, especially in the medical field, where they have made headlines. As we bask in the glow of their achievements, we take a look at one of them as we pay special focus on Nigeria's most outstanding and impactful women in leadership. Professor Rosemary Agu is a distinguished consultant obstetrician gynecologist at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital and an associate faculty at Andran Labs, Birmingham, and Women's Hospital, Harvard School of Public Health in the United States of America. Graduating with distinction from the University of Benin in 1999, she pursued her residency training in obstetrics and gynecology from 2003 to 2008. Her dedication and expertise earned her fellowships from the West African College of Surgeons, the National Postgraduate College of Nigeria. She also has a master's degree in reproductive health from the World Bank Center of Excellence in Reproductive Health Innovation, University of Benin. As we hail Nigeria on this 64th independence anniversary, I am Bayo Olaoye. A prominent advocate for reproductive health, Professor Agu has led research activities, sensitization campaigns, capacity building initiatives, and public talks on radio and television. She actively participates in implementation research for adolescents and women's health and has authored over 80 publications and reviewed many journals. Professor Agu was co-investigator of the increasing women's access to skilled pregnancy care to reduce national perinatal mortality in Nigeria, one of the implementing researching team. Proposals funded by the Innovating for Maternal and Child Health in Africa, a $36 million program funded by Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Canada, International Development Research Center, and the Canadian Institute of Public Health Research. Professor Agu was a principal investigator of the Ford Foundation-funded Increasing Access to Youth-Friendly Services in hard-to-reach areas of Rivers State and World Diabetes Foundation Gestational Diabetes Mellitus Control Program in the Niger Delta region. Currently, Professor Agu serves as a faculty board member of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, the apex institution for the training of postgraduate medical doctors and dentists, and is the national president of the Nigerian Medical Women's Association in Nigeria. Married with children, she remains dedicated to advancing healthcare education and advocacy for a better world. Explaining what inspired her career choice and how she has been able to take her career to an enviable height, the outstanding medical practitioner stated that her career choice was inspired by her father, adding that she wanted to do computer science, but her father prevailed on her. Professor Agu pointed out that the journey so far had been great, as she loved her work with a passion to teach medical doctors and students. She described her career so far as phenomenal. She added that she had paid her dues, transiting from a baby doctor to a house officer, then a resident doctor, a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, senior lecturer, and later a professor, all within 20 years. Dedicated and intelligent, she became a professor in 2018. Professor Agu has become an inspiration to young medical practitioners, especially the females who are desirous making their mark in their chosen fields. When asked about the personal principles that sustained her growth, she replied that discipline, diligence, dedication, and passion were her strengths. An advocate of women empowerment, she stressed that Nigerian women in medical practice have made remarkable impact, pointing out that they were women who had done so much in the medical field in areas such as internal medicine, public health, and mental health. In spite of Nigerian women's increasing impact on nation building, Professor Agu believes that with more conducive environment and empowerment, they will record greater achievements. On the challenges facing the women in Nigeria, she explained that women were very different from men and that cultural and societal expectations have placed more responsibilities on their shoulders. Professor Agu urged Nigerian women between the reproductive age of 15 to 45 to go and get health insurance for at least 6 months so that they could get proper medical care and attention when they had issues. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Michael Adewale Onofuyi. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuyi and my mother Alice Mimonat Onofuyi. they gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland houses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in the SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business, I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer. The church has got an accountant. It's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own sense of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church. But the principle is, we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling, I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind's happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I ended up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm Superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I will give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then, and I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, we are there. They are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first word I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. You see, when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see, after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there, but God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my passports, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising. And the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is your sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life, because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. And I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to, you see, he said in this world you will see tribulation, but be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many things. So, but yes, two people will be going, one will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ. And the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion. Even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually, there's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling, it's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
My name is Dr. Agility Obi.
My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to So always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru-Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru-Umudin, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulos Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components, and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing IVM, the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors vs. Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State, southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukuma, Marital Life and Family. Chief Innocent Chukuma's wife is Ebele Chukuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godi Odidi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome to the show once again this week, and
amazing and lovely Inside Life, the show where we talk to our veterans, we talk to our pioneers in the music game and catch up with them with what's going on in their lives, and also, more importantly, take stock of how these icons have set the pace ahead of whatever it is that is going on right now. We'll get into that conversation, but before we do, we'll have an extra special guest in the house. When we return, we'll be introducing you to them. Stay here, it's Inside Life, don't go nowhere. Welcome back to Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and quickly we'll jump right on to introducing you to our guests in the building. So today, as usual, a special show on Inside Life. We have the one, the only. This is the part where you hear the drum roll. Slight pause. Black Reverends in the building.
AKA Ayangba Boys.
Yes,
Black Reverends. It took us forever to get these men into the studio, and so you can tell how important and how special today is. To my immediate right is the one you know as Wesley.
Yeah.
And to the far right,
Shop 2.
You know his name already. His head precedes him. The one, the only Sub 2. You've seen him in movies. We're going to talk about that as we get into the crux of the matter today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Black Reverends, welcome to SOUQ News Television and our show Inside Life.
Thank you so very much. We're glad to be here. We're honored.
Our pleasure.
I still feel a bit starstruck when I remember the things you guys have done. I'm from the old school, right? And I remember Ayangba Girls Are Dangerous. It was a national anthem. I'm talking 2000.
Yeah.
Right?
Precisely.
What was behind that song? Tell us the full story, from naming it, from the conception of the beats, from the lyrics, from the dance to the dance steps. Please talk to us about that song as we begin this.
Actually, Ayangba is a street language for girls, wayward girls.
Okay.
But Ayangba actually was 1999.
Oh, so a year before. Usually, you would have cooked and taken all that time to cook up everything and drop it when people get it.
2000 was the video. That's why you see 2000. So then it was a military area, and I say we have to do it as a satire, because you cannot face. Actually, it's a way of talking to the leaders then, but we cannot talk directly. Then we'll move you straight.
We know how to do.
So the thing we now did is we kind of do like Animal Farm. We satirized it by calling Ikebe gone. Ayangba are the leaders, they are dangerous. They use Ikebe, collect your money by force, the gun. And nothing you could do because they're dangerous. You understand? So it's a satirized song. And ladies are getting a wrong conception about our view. It's not like we are insulting the ladies. If you hear the lines, it says, Eyo, and they be waiting you define. Enter hotel, go meet Ayangba, you get bad mind. A guy that goes to a motel to go and catch phone. If Ayangba finish with you, you go 2 days late. So we are looking at our leaders. Yes. When they get to the post, they tell you all sweet words, but when they get there, they do what they want. If you come and knock the door, they bang the door at you. You understand? You can't do anything. If you go, they tell someone to pick you up.
Now, we're talking about this. One of the reasons why we had to have this conversation. Did you feel that this message was caught at the time, or you felt people got it much later on?
I think it was at that point in time. We've had series of interviews where we said this, but the depth, the meaning of the song wasn't really hitting the people because of the beat. You know, like, okay, we have the intention of doing the song to hit at the leaders and the situation then, but we had to model after a popular song, the Busta Rhyme.
Yes.
So a lot of people were carried away with the beat, and then the video, and then the dance step. And so regardless of the message you pass, it was a club banger, party shaker. You go everywhere, and Yamba was virtually everywhere. But you could see that no matter how much you go to interviews and let people know that this song, don't take it literally the way we have delivered it. It's deeper than what you think. We're trying to call our leaders a young man, say they will use it KB, which is the gun to collect your money by force. Nothing you could do because they're dangerous, but no, it didn't matter anymore.
It's just the groove.
Just the dance, the groove, the cruise, like they call it these days. So.
And I feel like it's one of the things that's affecting our music right now.
Exactly.
So what you were addressing at that time,
yes, certainly,
has it changed from what's happening right now? What do you think?
Is
it any different?
Basically, no.
Anyway, change is permanent. You cannot play music, but I know way back we are conscious musicians. You think deep before delivering any lines.
No,
you want to make like people.
Back then, that was some of the attributes of the artist back then.
True.
Yes.
You write your song from home. You go to the studio with your book,
you give
lyrics
thoughts.
book.
Yes.
It's the song that you sing to a producer that brings the beat out.
Right.
These days is the other way around. The beat is ready. Then they call you to come to the studio. You go to the studio, you listen to a beat, and then the beat just moves you, and then you put melody. So by the time you put the melody to that rhythm, to the beat, lyrics don't matter anymore. You've not sat down to critically think, to say, okay, we're going to put the song and address this corruption, address this and that. No deep thinking. It's just, you go to the beat, you go to the studio, you hear the beat. Hey, can just find your ways go down. Your ways go. You know, music don't ready. It's not how it used to be for us.
Incidentally, I saw a clip. I think it was New York Times. I saw a clip yesterday, and they were talking about. It was a key question. They were like, "What has destroyed the art of writing?"
Exactly.
So I remembered it from what you're saying about how the beat is there ready for you, and you come in and you freestyle. It breaks my heart. You freestyle on the beat. You just go, and you see, when you say freestyle, I know not a lot. Freestyle is also a skill.
It is.
Like you have it or you don't.
Yes.
So when people are like, I'm like, yo, what are you doing? They're like, while practicing freestyle. I say you can't practice freestyle.
Don't practice freestyle.
It will not sound. I know someone that. He freestyles, he's talking about everything in the room. He's consistent, he's on beat.
Spontaneously.
When he finishes and you ask him what did he just say, he doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
When you put another beat, he continues.
He continues.
So I said, listen, you can't do this. So when artists get, like what you're saying, piggybacking on what you're saying, when artists get in the studio and they begin to freestyle without thinking. Because many times you have to write, counsel, think about it, write, counsel.
Yes.
Could it be why a lot of people think that music has lost its way in Nigeria? Your genuine thoughts.
I'm sure you've seen the video of Buju Banton and what he said about Afrobeat. 100% spot on. And maybe you haven't seen the video. You haven't seen the video?
No, please.
Buju said Afrobeat is fuckery. That was his exact language. That it has no substance and it cannot last. That they say nothing meaningful and it's just about money and drink and women.
But actually, that's not Afrobeat.
You know, there's a difference.
Thank you.
Since we are going there, you know, there's one with the S.
There's Afrobeat.
There's one with the X.
Which is what Fela
came with.
did.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's Afrobeat. Now there's Afrobeats.
With the S.
Okay, with the S.
With an S. So that's a collection of African kind of music. It's called Afrobeat, like Afro rhythm, which is what none of these Afrobeats musicians, as a matter of fact, sing Afrobeats.
No, of course. They just
they don't.
No. Let's get some straight.
Like I said, changes.
Different
Yes.
kinds of. entities.
Yes.
You know, so
completely different.
Let's not a lot of people even know, because people act like they don't, but they actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to what happened to you guys what happened in 2007 when I fight. Like say, when a woman went on this band, you went into movies. So too, you went into movies, and Wesley, you got serious with your record label and your studio. What happened?
Nothing.
You can't say you can't say you cannot say.
Nothing really.
You can't say you cannot say.
No, nothing really say. Just at a point in time, the record. Let's say this was even start from the record label. You know, where you see like they're not really serious about pushing and taking the artists to the studio and investing more and trying to promote them. And when the record label itself don't come relax, you said you look at the whole thing and say, bro, yes, we did a hit song. It was everywhere, but commercially, how has it paid us? We say, man, make I delve into something else. You know, so like rightly said, I went to movies and tried to see maybe, you know, all entertainment.
See, you guys have it. Because as you went into, after Yangba did what it did, you went into movies, Silver Spoon, yeah?
Silver Spoon. We were both in Silver Spoon.
And you guys, Silver Spoon hits.
Wait. Sorry. We went into movie. That's why I can't picture it. We are movie actors before music.
Really?
Yes. Our first movie is called Kata Kata.
Before 99?
1996.
Directed by Dom Pedro
Baseki. Yeah.
We are DBN with Regina Askia, a lot of stars.
Really?
We what's his name? Mekwen. That's the. I think it's Actors Guild president and vice president now or something. So we've been actors all our life before the music. In fact, movie money gave us liberty to pay studio for Ayangba.
Wow. So how long was this before Ayangba?
96, 4 years, 3-4 years, we now did Ayangba.
That's amazing. That's great. I'm just following.
So if he's doing movie, it's what he knows how to do.
Right.
If I'm doing movie, I used to personally do comedy for DBN television. When me, a very young Dom Pedro Basque, Ukotokri, then Israel. There's one
Israel,
presenter way back, Israel. Yes, I used to produce movies for. I used to produce a movie guest, Night Shift.
Okay. It was big back then.
It was big. Then there's a comedy before the movie. I'm the comedian Molue. Baba Molue, like 90 years old man.
Really?
With Okpotokri, with Baba Columbia.
So what are you guys doing with that skill now? What are you doing with that?
We these are things that dwell in our. We definitely were working on something.
Content creating, skits, you know, and even trying to produce our own, you know, set of movies and
we're doing new songs as well.
Yeah, of course.
No, obviously, I know that is happening. You guys,
new song.
Stay working all the time. But let's also want to know how you felt, how it was at that time when you guys were like, what's the word now? Your names were in people's mouths at the time. You had a song that was national anthem everywhere. You had Ayangba blowing up. How did it feel? Did you anticipate it was going to happen, or it was by chance? Because I know at the time there wasn't a lot of payola going on like it is right now, you know, and there wasn't a lot of where you would stream. Of course, streaming was not there. Where you would do streaming farms, you pay to have your song played multiple times. But I could pick some of those songs back then that blew like organically.
Yes.
So was it planned? Was it something you guys did separately, differently?
All right. Sorry. There is this thing that actually happened.
Okay.
Way back, I think we have the new live beat.
Yes.
Going on. Then we just did Ayangba. We like upcoming artists. We want to go. We just want to showcase. want people to see us.
Yes.
We went to one of our godfather, Grandmaster Lee, principal of the old school. He took us, he liked the song, he listened, we go and give him. He said, wow, I like this song. Okay, I'll take you guys to an anniversary someday. I said, okay, we went there. Upcoming artists, there's Majel Fajek, there's Orisuliki, there's
at that time.
Femi Kuti, there's
Daddy all of them were there.
Everybody were there. They had name. We were there like you were new. We just sat there. We came with my grandmaster. He was on the white table where we were sitting at the audience. The next thing they say they called our name to come and perform. The owner of the program said, no, I don't want any riffraff. Come and sit down. We went back to sit down. Master Lee took his leave that we are going. The man came to beg him and said, okay, let my boys perform.
That's the only way I can speak.
He said, okay, just one track. I said, no problem. We started. The moment he just said, he played, I don't die.
It was just one verse. Just at the end of the first verse, got into the chorus that all the superstars were there, they all got up for a standing ovation. That was where we got our
record deal. That was the first time I realized it can snap you up over 1,000 pictures. Like everybody flash like
5 minutes.
Everybody like, please interview. I came first. I came to you. Like because you said,
how
like,
did you get? How did you feel? You know, like
wow, the happiest day of my life.
You know,
can't forget.
There were plenty of moments, you know, like that. I remember I was just a fresher in the University of Lagos, and then it was when we went on break that we dropped the song, you know. So I was just a one guy, you know. So I just came back for the second semester, and the video was out, and I was just walking around my faculty, just I don't do one video. It's out there. I didn't know what's happening. The next thing was Mayanga, and the whole faculty went, what? You know, the shock, the reception, the way you see, everybody in your faculty running after you, say, wow, I saw your video. It was just, it's mind-blowing anyway. But
so what happened with you guys? What happened to changing your name to Disrespectful 2Gs? What's that?
We never had that name.
So what happened?
It was just
publicity stunts. Publicity stunts.
That want to use stunts. He did it already, man. What is it?
It sounds like what somebody I know called DJ Rough Lemon. It sounds like what he would do.
It's a mischievous.
He's a mischievous
guy. He's a mischievous guy. It's things like that he does.
I suspect him.
It's things like that he does.
So tell us about some of the features you have had. How was it? Did they reach out to you, or you went for them? Like the Lil Kesh remix of Ayangba. I was feeling like you would have gone for a more, you know, feature. Then also the song with.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's another beautiful day, and glad you have been joining us on that program that sets the pace for your day. That program that you often look up to every day, the ones that give you the sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. And I am Femi, and it's always my pleasure to be your host this morning. Today's conversation, we're going to continue our special series on the Future Investment Initiative we started on Tuesday. The conference started on Tuesday in Saudi Arabia, which is a way for the Crown Prince to reposition Saudi Arabia as an haven for investment. And this kind of summit has attracted over 7,000 delegates, including world leaders, tech experts across the nation, where they are gathering together to make critical decisions as regards the next phase of the economy and issues related to technology. But specifically today, we'll be looking at the role of artificial intelligence in driving economic growth. The conference is going to wrap up today, and that's why it's important for us to talk about it. Thereafter, we'll also do what we'll call another special series on sustainable development goals, where we talk about free education. It's also part of the aim to ensure that by the year 2030, free education is provided for all. Don't forget to become a part of this conversation. It's your program as usual. You just have to join us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube. Just search for at SOUQ News TV using the hashtag Early Exchange. You know the way we often start our program every day, and the drill is to start with a news update. We'll go over to our newsroom now, where David is standing by.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Hello there and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. This morning I am David Chiedu. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Major General Olufemi Olatunbosun Oluyede as the acting Chief of Army Staff. Major General Oluyede will be filling in for the Lieutenant General Taorida Abiodun Lagbaja, who is currently receiving medical treatment abroad. Oluyede brings a wealth of experience to the role, having served as the 56th Commander of the Elite Infantry Corps of the Nigerian Army in Jaji, Kaduna. His impressive military career spans over 3 decades, with notable positions including Platoon Commander, Company Commander, and Commandant of the Amphibious Training School. Oluyede has participated in international missions such as the ECOMOG mission in Liberia and domestic operations like Operation Edinkai in the northeast. As the acting Chief of Army Staff, Oluyede is well equipped to lead the Nigerian Army, leveraging his extensive experience and achievement. The Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NEITI, has announced a significant milestone in the solid mineral sector, with the federal government earning 1.37 trillion naira in 2023. This revelation came from NEITI's Executive Secretary, Wunaya Orji, during the presentation of the 2022-2023 Solid Minerals Sector Report in Abuja. The report highlights the sector's substantial growth, with government receipts increasing from 7.59 billion naira in 2007 to 341.27 billion naira in 2022, representing a 44-fold rise. This growth underscores the sector's evolution into a vital revenue contributor for Nigeria, with cumulative contributions now exceeding 1 trillion naira. And Nigeria's stock market experienced a mixed performance, with the all-share index dipping by 0.04% to 98,023.23 basis points. Despite this slight decline, market activity surged, with total volume traded increasing by 34.8% to 538 million shares, valued at 59.39 trillion naira. The market's resilience was driven by strong performances from large cap stocks, particularly UBA, MTN Nigeria, and Zenith Bank, which saw significant trading volumes. The Fugas Group also showed promise, with GTCO leading the gains at 5.34%, followed by UBA at 1.18%, Access Bank at 1.16%, and Zenith Bank at 1.28%. And this upward momentum suggests a potential recovery toward the 99,000 point zone. And elsewhere in the Middle East, Israeli researchers at Tel Aviv University have made a groundbreaking discovery in the fight against cancer. A study published in Nature Communications reveals a novel mechanism to eliminate cancerous tumors, including those resistant to immunotherapy. The researchers identified a protein called Ly6A, which acts as a brake on the immune system, preventing it from attacking cancer cells. By targeting Ly6A with antibodies, the team successfully reactivated the immune system, leading to significant tumor reduction in mouse models. This breakthrough has the potential to revolutionize cancer treatment. The discovery may lead to the development of new effective drugs that enhance the immune system's response to cancer. Notably, the treatment showed promise against cancers previously resistant to known therapies. The researchers' innovative approach, leveraging insights from UV radiation's impact on the immune system, opens new avenues for cancer research and treatment. This advancement brings hope for improved cancer outcomes and highlights the significance of ongoing research in the pursuit of cancer eradication. And Samsung Electronics has announced a strategic shift to focus on producing high-end chips, aiming to improve profitability amidst intensifying competition. Despite reporting a 40% quarter-on-quarter decline in chip profits, the company remains optimistic about growth in AI-driven demand. Samsung will concentrate on sales of premium memory chips such as high-bandwidth memory, HBM, used in AI chipsets. This move aligns with the growing demand for artificial intelligence solutions driven by industry leaders like NVIDIA. And that's all on the news update this morning. We continue the conversations on early exchange with the pair of Femi Ayodele and Blessing Iheche. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
And then we need to have safety measures and so on into this. So to solve complex problems, so they have the amazing ability. As scientists, before you have a scientific theory, you need to have hypothesis. You need to explore the different possibilities. For example, for drug discovery, for cancer treatment, you need to have the hypothesis space, exploration of such space. And these models can do a much more scalable job than a single scientist or a number of scientists. So that's how they're going to help us solve complex problems. They can help us with the exploration. They can help us with the learning from all the data and from multimodal data in the world.
Missy, do leaders in the business community understand the technology as is being put by Pascal? Do they understand what it is about, what AI is, and how is this affecting adoption?
So I think the biggest threat to national security in the United States is the technical illiteracy that is happening about AI, which is much bigger than generative AI. But you know, people think that they hear AI and they immediately think ChatGPT. I want to be really clear, and I'm going to be like Pascal and take on the professorial tone, but a little contrary to Pascal. Generative AI knows nothing. It does not know right from wrong. It does not know truth from a lie. It only knows what's in the data set. And if the data set is corrupted, then it knows corrupted things. The vertical AI is, I think, perhaps the best implementation because you narrowly constrain it. And I worry, and I lecture around the world, that companies who buy into the hype of generative AI are putting themselves at real risk. And if you have a software company that doesn't touch a safety critical system, then fine. But what I see is generative AI and versions of generative AI showing up in safety critical systems. And this is a real risk. People will die. Self-driving cars are making mistakes that end up in injuries. Pseudo self-driving cars like Teslas that with a lot of AI in them are killing people. So we need to make sure, and I think it starts with the C-suite. The C-suite.
All right, it's the early exchange where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That was part of the highlights of submission made at the conference, popularly first referred to as Davos in the Desert Conference. That panel section took place on Tuesday, where tech experts talk about some of the concerns as regards artificial intelligence. It's important to let you know that that beautiful face you often see with me on this program is right here as well. Blessing, how are you today?
I'm fine, Femi. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just listening to some of the participants at the ongoing Future Investment Summit talk about some of the submissions and policies that are being pushed for at the summit. It's quite interesting that what they refer to as Davos in the desert has become like a global forum that the world takes note of, and it attracts lots of people, more than 7,100 delegates. That's quite huge. And today we're going to be looking at the direction of the summit regarding AI. It's a wonderful one. I can already see that it's going to be an exciting conversation, even as we have in the studio a data analyst, Sheyi Akindede, who has attended the UN conference on data. He'll tell us more about that. And he was at the GTEC summit that took place in Dubai. I'm wondering why Sheyi is not at the Future Investment Initiative, but he's here. He will answer that by himself. Good morning, Sheyi.
Good morning. Good to see you. Good to be, live present in the studio.
I'm glad you have joined us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're supposed to be in Saudi Arabia, but you're right here.
Well,
it's quite better.
Yeah, at least some of these things we can. I mean, there's technology, so we actually are monitoring what's going on there. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's bring in our special guest who joins us all the way from Saudi Arabia. We're being joined by Dr. Patrick Basham, who is the founder director of Democracy Institute, Washington, D.C., and former adjunct scholar and senior fellow of the Cato Institute. Dr. Patrick Basham, glad to have you join us as usual, and good to see you again.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. Always a pleasure to be with you and your colleagues. Looking forward to the conversation.
All right, great. I'm going to start the conversation with you because you are right there. I would like you to give us a first-hand account of some of the concerns. You know, you had a panel session on Tuesday where tech experts talked about issues related to artificial intelligence. Can you give us a picture of some of the concerns raised by these experts as regards the evolution and the paradigm shifts being brought into the economic space by artificial intelligence?
Sure. In fact, I think before touching specifically on what the experts said, I thought it was interesting that before one of the major sessions here on AI, the organization ran a video. The video consisted of person on the street interviews that had been conducted in major cities around the world, just asking ordinary people what they thought about AI. And I mentioned this because I thought the video, those interviews, really encapsulated how ordinary people and also how experts here at the Future Investment Initiative view AI in a sort of headline way. So you had some people on the street in various cities saying, look, you know, this is very exciting. It's incredibly creative. You can see how this technology is going to really advance things for all of us. And importantly, you know, yes, technology is powerful, but it will be controlled by human beings. So that's great. And then you had other people saying, this is very exciting. This is very creative, all of that. But the problem is it's going to be controlled by human beings. And what if they make mistakes, or what if they're corrupt? And I think that debate, that divide about not the power of AI, but how AI will be controlled for good or for ill, is really what was coming through in the discussions that I've been observing here. And I think that that was epitomized by those clips you showed introducing our conversation, particularly where you had quite detailed discussion about the fact that, you know, it can be a case of, you know, bad data in, bad data out, or vice versa in terms of good data in, good data out. You know, the debate of whether AI, like all you know, computer models, are inherently by the beneficiaries or victims of the human inputs in the choices that humans make into those models. So the discussion here has really been that, a discussion, a debate. And it's one of the reasons that I think that Davos in the desert has taken a place alongside Davos in Switzerland, the World Economic Forum, as a driver of discussion, because unlike the World Economic Forum, the WEF, where the delegates are sort of told by speakers, this is what we've decided, you should think about this issue. Here in Riyadh at the Future Investment Initiative, on AI, for example, you have speakers with very divergent views about the threats, the challenges, and even if they agree over what those threats or challenges are, what solutions do they prescribe? And the delegates themselves, very different, multifaceted backgrounds, who, like those person on the street folks around the world who were interviewed for the video, have different biases, preferences, concerns, worries, anxieties about AI. So it's a roundabout way of saying that to this point, I don't think the speakers here or the delegates have really found any unanimity over the solutions or the prescriptions regarding AI, but rather an appreciation, a recognition that AI is powerful. It's here to stay, crucially. So it's not a question of how do we ignore it, how do we put it back in its box. Rather, it's a question of how do we harness its obvious potential for good in a way that overwhelms the really tangible dangers and challenges that we all face as a consequence of this, not just advancing technology, but rapidly advancing technology.
All right, good morning, Dr. Bashan. It's quite great to see you again this morning. And I did tell you yesterday that we might be bringing you back to continue the conversation about the FII Summit. Now, from all you said about the considerations of different delegates regarding responsible use, in my words, of AI and how it can develop global economy and society. Last year at the 7th edition of the summit, Goldman Sachs did predict that investments towards AI could reach $200 billion by the year 2025. Putting side by side these considerations and the prediction, where does that leave AI at the end of the summit?
Well, there's no question those predictions are proving to be accurate. Everything that was said a year ago about the role and significance of AI in the global economy, I think has already borne fruit. Again, it's not a question of whether AI is going to have an even larger place, even more influence than it did in its nascent period, but rather who is going to, figuratively speaking, is going to control it. So I think that if anything, those estimates, those expectations, those forecasts and predictions may have been modest. They may have undersold the economic investment in AI and the economic potential of AI. And so I think if we look back at, if I'm fortunate enough to be speaking with you again a year from now at FII 9, I think we'll look back at FII 8 and say that, like last year's FII, that the projections about AI in a financial and economic sense were again may have undersold its potential, entirely separate from the question of what are the benefits and what are the downsides of this amazing technology. There's no question that its economic and financial influence is even more significant than it was forecast even only a year ago.
Now let's see how we can, create a link between artificial intelligence and then the economy. The concern has been how this can be deployed to handling, economic development, like a driving force to advance economic growth. Now, how can this be achieved as regards global economy, and what are some of the risks or the concerns that this could also bring along in the course of implementation of this evolution?
Well, I think there's two paths that are being discussed. One is, you might say, sort of slightly more conventional in terms of the economic focus and infrastructure that most people are familiar with, and that is a discussion that has predates this conference, and is the one that your audience probably been most familiar with in terms of. For example, to what extent does AI substitute for or replace employment, right? And are we talking about low skill work? Are we talking about service workers? Are we talking about creative people? There was one AI discussion here in Riyadh where one of the speakers was pointing out, and he was saying this in a positive way, having a very positive perspective on the future of the influence of AI. He was saying that there are huge numbers of creative jobs within large companies that will simply be eliminated, and AI will fill those roles. And he was saying that this was a very positive thing because he was looking at it from the point of view of a CEO and the cost savings. Of course, some of the people in the audience who might be actually in some of those creative jobs perhaps had a less charitable view of his conclusion, thinking that this company's cost savings would include the loss of their own income. But of course, there it was in a nutshell, the obvious tangible benefits, but also downsides, certainly for some individuals, of AI in the sort of quote-unquote traditional service economy. But one of the paths that has been getting attention here is regarding, and this may be of particular interest to an African audience, is the blue economy. I mean, there was a major session yesterday talking about how the blue economy can be improved for the benefit of the environment, and consequently for the benefit of those who depend upon it. You have several hundred million people around the world whose lives and livelihood are dependent on the blue economy, and that's disproportionately lower income individuals who are disproportionately on the African continent. And in looking at how sustainability, green energy, etc., can play a major role in ensuring not only a successful but a sustainable blue economy, then AI isn't necessarily part of the solution, but it is currently, and I think going forward, going to be part of the discussion about, is there an AI-related, AI-dependent solution? Is AI a way, as with so much technology in throughout history, is it a way of sort of jump-starting a solution? Is it a way of doing an end run around apparent obstacles that we face, for example, with determining how best to marry business and the blue economy to everyone's benefit? Does AI, is that the secret sauce somehow? And I don't think this conference has the agreed upon solution or bottom line to what the answer is, but it just reminds us, and I think it illustrates how every policy conundrum, large and small, that any individual country, any region, continent, or the world is facing globally, is going to be assessed and addressed from this point forward with an AI component to that debate. In some cases, a smaller one, but in many cases, a much larger one than perhaps people even a year or two ago would have forecast. And it may even be the preeminent one in those debates. So I think that's a snapshot of how AI is playing out in terms of these discussions. And I think the ripples on the pond, if I can excuse my sort of mixed metaphors with blue and green economies, the ripples on the pond are that when the delegates go home, as it were, that they're going to take these discussions with them. And we'll see over the coming months and years how those AI debates play out, because they're not going to play out globally with one answer. They're going to play out in different ways and to different degrees. And, to state the obvious, ought to be decided.
All right, Dr. Bashan, there is a data analyst in the studio. He's Sheyi Akindede. And so I'm going to take the conversation to him now for a bit. Sheyi, you've heard many of the things that Dr. Bashan has talked about, the considerations of the delegates. First of all, is about responsible use of AI. There are issues about ethical use of AI, issues of bias, privacy, and all of that. And he mentioned too that on the use of AI, some of the CEOs were gladdened to know that AI could reduce the cost of operation. You could have artificial intelligence replace some human-done jobs, and they were gladdened by that. But on the other side, we know that for those who might be affected, it may not be a good one for them. So how do we bring all of this together, balance the considerations as well as what AI could do?
Thank you very, very much. I listened to Doctor, and I think he's made very, very valid points. And I also want to say that, when we have new technology like this, there's usually this skepticism. There's usually this, oh, what is it going to? And I liken it to, two things essentially. When the Wright brothers created the plane as well, people were very skeptical. We had never seen this kind of thing before. Something that will be moving through the air. What if we have crashes? What if we have this? Yes. Has it stopped crashes? No. But do we need air travel? Does it solve a problem? Do we need it? Does the economy of the world need it? Yes. And I think AI is going to be just like that. So while the worries are there, the ethical issues, the biases, the, job losses. But you see, what we do not realize is that in losing certain types of jobs, in certain types of things that we're doing, it creates new things, which is going to lead me into my second analogy of the internet. Also, when the internet came, there were a lot of people skeptical about job losses. People who were delivering letters, post offices were skeptical. Oh, if you have email, you can send email. People can now become journalists. You can have a blog and become your own. You can be your own reporter. You can have a YouTube channel and then have a channel online. Are people still going to be using the traditional media? But guess what it has done? It has enabled other industries. Before the internet, I'm sure we probably not have had anything like software engineering, you know, in school. We've not have even things like cybersecurity, things like web development. Look at all the jobs that it has brought about. Now we have, you know, digital marketers, we have influencers, we have, you know, we have social media, people making. So it's created a new wave of, you know, jobs that we would never have imagined. Now kids are growing up, they don't even want to be traditional, you know, medical doctors or lawyers or engineers. A lot of them want to be like my daughter, she wants to be a YouTuber, you know, and that is a job these days. So the same thing is going to happen to AI is going to engender jobs that we can't even see now. So I think we need to take it on board. We need to, yes, there should be some kind of regulation on it. There should be some kind of, you know, oversight function so that we do not allow, because at the end of the day, it works on data. And if there are biases in the data, if there are, you know, like he said, human beings are still going to control it. But if you think about it too, we need to put our trust in humans. Human beings fly the planes. So at the end of the day, the trust is still going to be on the humans who are getting this data and implementing it. So we just need to put in some kind of, maybe every country, I know that, I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia, but I know that in Dubai there is a ministry of artificial intelligence now, you know, so it is actually being taken over by government to see that anybody who is going to be implementing these things would have to follow certain due diligence and due process. And I think that's the way forward.
Before I get back to Dr. Patrick Basham, let me also point your attention to what one of the tech giants said at the conference. That's Elon Musk. He said, and I would love to quote him, he warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence models. He said they are woke rather than maximally truth-seeking. Now, which points to the fact that the issue of control that you raised earlier. Now, he's also raising the concern about the danger attributed to the use of some of these artificial intelligence models, which somehow calls for the question for control. Now, the fear on the part of some people is if this kind of models, you know, falls into wrong hands, what will be the impact of that? So as a tech giant or an expert in this area, how do you think globally this idea of control or the responsive use of AI can be achieved at a global level? Now that the evolution is here, how do we strike it in the mode before it becomes a bigger problem?
I think that's now the job of, you know, regulators, you know. So just the same way when we had the internet and people started, I mean, the first people to use the internet back in the day were people that were using it for activities that were nefarious, you know, people using it for things, you know, and that's why right now we have scammers and all that. So what happened? They now started regulating, you know, people connecting to the internet. So if you want to be, say, an ISP, for instance, there's a license you have to go for. And in getting that license, you have to, you know, meet up with certain standards, meet certain regulations, and then you keep log so that anytime anything happens, we can trace it back, you know, to you. And that's what birthed something like, you know, cybersecurity. So the same thing is going to happen in, you know, to my mind, in artificial intelligence, whereby for people training models, yes, there are biases, because at the end of the day, if you know, I want to train a model and I gather all the data that supports my, you know, motive and I put it in there and people are using it, definitely what it will regurgitate will be the data that I have fed it in. So we have to, when in training these models, we have to, you know, we'll have to take away the human biases that we have, and we train, and it's there right now. Like for instance, if you want to generate any kind of image or picture, it gives you images and pictures that are not relevant, you know, to us. That's because the data that that has been used. So it also means that in our own environment, say in the African context, in the Nigerian context, we also now have to start to look at creating our own models, using our own data, so that we can balance the equation. But if we don't do that, somebody is going to do it on our behalf, and that's what will happen. And if you look at the way it is, just like Google Maps, for instance, if you ever use Google Maps, you find out that there are some places where you put in, it doesn't understand. That's because the data was not, you know, put in. So there are certain levels of biases. So that's where government, that's where regulators will have to come in and have to put the stakeholders, the people who are, you know, implementing these models there. And Elon Musk is quite right. If you use the wrong data that support, if all the data you are using is something that supports your own vision, your own biases, your own, you know, view of life, then it's not going to make any sense if people are going to use it. So there has to be a level playing field where we have, you know, this data that cuts across board, that is able to give us the information that we want unbiased.
All right, taking the conversation back to Dr. Bashan. Now, if $200 billion was predicted to be invested in AI at the 7th edition of the FII Summit, and from what you said, that prediction is coming true. Now, Shay has also brought in the angle of training of this artificial intelligence, training of these machines and new innovations, new devices that will be used. What is the conversation around the development of this in terms of the need, the regions, and the intent of these machines that are going to be developed to begin to carry out artificial intelligence functions?
Well, I think the one thing that there is unanimity about is the fact that the need for you say the machinery to train AI, and then of course then we start getting into the, you might say, the obvious, but the not necessarily intractable, but the major questions of, well, okay, who develops them and how do they do so? Now, there's no question that the delegate population at an event like this has the skill set, has the esoteric knowledge and skills to be very much a part of that conversation. In fact, I think in terms of some of the individuals and companies represented, driving forces in that space. So I think there's a great deal of confidence that sufficient intelligence and resources, financial and in terms of human capital, are going to be applied to answer that very question of, who, or rather, what trains the machines. But that then takes us right back to the question of who is training the machines to train the AI. And just, your expert guest in the studio, I agree 100%. Historically, we've always been anxious and nervous about new technology, and history tells us that in most cases, in net terms, technology has been beneficial, even though in almost all cases there are some downsides. But I think where the training of AI starts to lose its unanimity of perspective is that very question of who is going to be the driving force behind the technology. And as someone in my role, someone who studies public opinion and public attitudes very closely, I think we're in a different position than we would have been, let's say, even a decade, certainly 15, 20 years ago. By that, I mean that if AI had been where it is now a decade or more ago, most people would have obviously recognized the challenges and had concerns, but there would have been a far greater sense of trust that the people, the quote unquote experts in the field and in policy making, for example, that would be the ones controlling it, controlling this new technology, that they would, on balance, have the best intentions and in more cases than not, do the right thing. But today, public trust, not just in the West, but elsewhere, has been so reduced, even destroyed, across almost every institution of significance. Obviously, the media, but politics, big business, so big tech, the education systems, that so many people, most people, no longer presume that the experts that are put before them are necessarily in possession either of the facts, or if they are, whether they are willing to share them rather than use them to further a particular agenda. All to say that that distrust of experts means that the challenge for those driving AI forward, totally for financial and business reasons, are going to be faced with an additional challenge, a public relations challenge of not only convincing people, the general public, that these machines that are going to drive AI are a force for economic good, and that the people who lose their jobs will be outnumbered by those who will gain, as your guest was suggesting, gain jobs that we don't even know about yet in many cases, but that those who are guiding the overall process have society's best, the general interest at heart, and they're not simply furthering a particular agenda. And the problem is that even if none of those negatives are present, there are many people who today their default position will be that they are. And so there's an enormous communications challenge as well as a financial and economic challenge for the individuals, the institutions, the companies, the governments who are currently driving, the AI train.
Let me bring Sheyi in here now. The theme for this year's summit is rebuilding trust. We're at a time where the world is more divided than ever. You have conflicts in the Middle East, and due to all sort of political concerns. And now you have AI coming into the picture to drive the narrative. How do we ensure that instead of reinforcing the divide with the use of AI, it's helping to also strengthen the trust among nations? You're aware of what happened between the US and issues related to the use of TikTok, the issue of data and the suspicion about China or the link to China. How do we ensure that now that AI is driving the narrative, rather than reinforcing the distrust or the trust gap that has existed, is also helping to facilitate the trust that should exist, or the unity that should exist among nations?
That's a very thought-provoking question. And I think more than anything, I think we need education and awareness. The problem has always been that, and I understand the angst coming from, several, factions, several sectors of the economy, but I also believe that, like Dr. Patrick said there, that technology has been a net positive. However, when it starts, there's always that, we're quick to look at the negative aspects. And that is due to lack of people understanding what this technology is supposed to do. And at the end of the day, you see, the problem is not AI, it's not technology, it's not the internet, it's not. The problem is actually the use case to which it is put. Any piece of technology can be used for good, and any piece of technology can be used for bad. So I think it is the education. We need to, talk to people that matter. We need to talk to policy makers. That is, practitioners need to look at it. Yes, the challenge is that practitioners like us in the field, we're quick to always, tout the positive. Sometimes you also need to talk about the negative aspects so that the policy makers would understand that, okay, we can use this thing for good. We can use this thing, for anything can be. I mean, like, people go to school to read chemistry, and then you mix chemicals together and you have drugs. AI can give you drugs. But at the same time, some people go in there and mix something and it becomes poison. Are you going to blame chemistry? Are you going to blame science? No, you're going to blame the person. So at the end of the day, like you said, it's education and it's the person there. That's why we have to be ethical about what we do. That's why we have to understand. And then the policy, the people making the policy too, should understand not just the general, technology. They have to understand specific use cases as it pertains to, maybe for Africa. And you see, when technology comes, when it is new, I always look at it from, like, for instance, this is the worst AI would be. Anything from here is progression. When the internet too came, there were a lot of things that we do now. I mean, Dr. Patrick is talking to us from Saudi Arabia through technology. How would this have been possible 10 years ago with the kind of bandwidth that we had on dial-up? But because we have broadband now. But guess what? Back then, so people were thinking, the internet. But look at the progression. We have technology now that would allow anybody to be anywhere. We are in the studio. He's in Saudi Arabia. You can get someone from US joining. And that is the net positive. However, also, people are using this same technology for negative things. So the challenge is, like I said, is to understand the dichotomy, to look at all the sides, and then policy makers will now sit down and formulate policies. What necessarily would work in a place like Saudi Arabia or New York or Dubai may not actually work here. So we have to come up with our own. When the internet too came, and I remember when you go onto the internet, there were not African websites. All the websites we were seeing were American websites, the foreign. And over time, people here started building, developing our own websites, developing our own payment systems, developing our own. So I think AI and all these technologies too, eventually we'll get it. I'm sure by next year, 2 years time, we will see the progression and we'll see that, oh, wow, this is. And as we are seeing these things, remember that technology would always precede any form of regulation or policy. Policy would come after we've seen the use cases to which, so we can now use the policy to address it. But by and large, education should be number one. And I think it has to start from, you know, schools. We have to start at the grassroots, at the, like doctor was also talking about, you know, the blue collar people, to know that right now there is technology, you know, that can literally help you, that can transform you. And then when we start it, I'm sure in the next 2-3 years we'll start to have courses in maybe AI policy, you know, for legal studies, AI technology for computer engineering students, AI this, and that's going to bring about new jobs that, you know, creative people will bring about. Education and awareness should be prime in our thinking.
All right, Dr. Bashan, you highlighted the conversation moving towards blue economy, green economy, and the use or the application of AI in these sectors. For one of the things you also mentioned is the level at which AI can be used, but what is guaranteed is that for every aspect of life, there will be the AI element. Now, at the summit, what area about blue economy, green economy did the delegates look at regarding applying artificial intelligence, and what kind of investments do you think are going towards this area?
Well, I think how AI is being looked at, it's all obviously hypothetical, or mainly hypothetical. Maybe the experts know more about it than I do, but the sense I have from the outside looking in is that the aspect of AI as applied to the blue/green economy is there a way of, you might say, programming the kind of finesse and management, if I can use that word, it may be a little crude, management of the blue economic the ecosystem, both economic ecosystem and environmental ecosystem. Is there a way of doing that that brings advantages that are greater than the sort of traditional, either government dictated, centered approach to managing ecosystems, or a private business centered approach, both of which have their advantages and disadvantages. I think most people these days, certainly at a conference like this, would say that there are greater advantages and fewer disadvantages to the private rather than the government-led approach. But nevertheless, that question of whether, you might say, the not the problem, but the challenge of finessing that management of such a fragile but crucial ecosystem, can it be, as it were, handed over on a day-to-day basis to AI? And I think you have some people who are saying that's the obvious prescription that we need, so that we are less reliant on the day-to-day, the day-to-day, not say foibles, but prejudices perhaps of those for whom profit-seeking might appear to be their only, or at least their bottom line consideration. And then, of course, the pushback on that is that, in theory, that sounds great, but once again, we return to the question of who dictates, who controls to the AI, how they are going to perform that day-to-day management. So could the technology be the silver bullet here that provides perhaps a historic answer to that public-private debate over management of ecosystems? Or is it really camouflage for the fact that we haven't progressed intellectually? We don't actually have a new answer, and that simply saying the technology is the new answer is convenient. But as your guest in the studio, I think, was suggesting correctly, the solution, neither the solution nor the problem, is the technology itself. It's its application. And so whether we're talking about the blue economy or the green economy or any other more quote unquote traditional element of the global economy, the technology applied is less, its outcome, its end result is less about the nature of the technology itself than it is the human element that applies that technology and the choices it makes about that application.
All right, Dr. Basham, I would like us to make reference to what the government of Saudi Arabia is doing in respect to artificial intelligence and how that can be a lesson or reference for other nations. You are following the trends of event in this location. Now, you observed a few days ago, the government of Saudi Arabia has to release billions of dollars for startups to encourage the use of artificial intelligence. And the aim of having this kind of conference by the Crown Prince is also to position Saudi Arabia as a global leader when it comes to investment and, most importantly, artificial intelligence. What are some of the lessons for other nations as regards what Saudi Arabia is doing? How successful has it been? And this kind of model, what could be, if it's going to be replicated in other nations, how will it help to also be a driving force for the growth of the economy and the advancement of other nations?
Sure. Well, I think there are many lessons from the case study, the ongoing real-time contemporaneous case study that is Saudi Arabia regarding economic diversification, and as you correctly suggest, AI being central to that. I think the principal lesson that I would suggest to other countries is that our choices matter, and that may seem like a really simplistic and obvious thing to say, but I think too often governments around the world, Global South, and especially increasingly in the West, act as if bad performance economically, for example, or environmentally, you choose your sector, bad performance is something that just sort of happens to us. It's something that's almost fated, and that, so for example, if we're suffering from inflation, then the government will turn around and say, yes, inflation is too high, but it's high all around the world. As if, like the weather, it's something that just happened to us this month, or today. But inflation, like foreign investment, lack of capital, lack of whether it's domestic investment or poor trade relations, they are a consequence of our decisions as governments. Obviously, it's an interdependent, a dynamic and competitive marketplace. So we can only do so much. We are dependent on what others' decisions are. But that is the nature of economics and economic policy making. And I stress this because I think too often we allow our policymakers, our governments, to get away with poor decision making. And we have an example in the United States where the person running to continue Biden administration's policies is running, rightly or wrongly, as if they have not been a part of that administration. And so Saudi Arabia has decided several years ago that it wanted to enlarge and expand its economic footprint and the nature of it. It was not going to be a traditional energy focused economy, and has made great strides in several years, so that now half the GNP, for example, is no longer sort of an oil-dependent GNP. But it's done that by making certain choices. Now, obviously, Saudi Arabia had and has a great deal of financial muscle to apply. But again, if you're going to apply that financial muscle, you have to do it in smart ways, and largely they have done so. And so the decision to diversify is a risky one, it's a brave one, and it can blow up in your face. And governments around the world in recent times and in the past have made those kinds of decisions, and those decisions have blown up in their faces. But the Saudis, I think, have made some very smart choices, and their fundamental determination to be more involved in the global economy, to be more not just Western facing, but globally facing, right? So this means specifically two things, or principally two things. It means that they have continued to invest around the world, investing more and more. But interestingly, counterintuitively for some, they've also been encouraging investment in their own country. So you have far more capital coming in from external sources to Saudi Arabia, and you have more Saudi capital leaving the country. You have the Saudis much more determined to deepen trade relations around the world. And they've done so across all these sectors in a way which I think is a very realistic approach. That is, they're explicitly seeking the self-interest of Saudi Arabia. Today, sometimes that's viewed as a radical approach, and sometimes it's viewed as a commonsensical approach. But for the Saudis, it means that they are willing to engage in trade and economic relations pretty much with anyone if it's in Saudi Arabia's interest. And that, again, it's not a new experiment, but it's a contemporaneous experiment. And we'll have to watch to see how that plays out for them, because there will be lessons from that for countries around the world. But in terms of AI specifically, the Saudis have said, AI is here, it's not going anywhere. Why shouldn't we get our arms around this technology and ensure that whatever role AI plays going forward in the economy, domestically and globally, we think it's going to be large, that we're going to be central to that. And so they are investing the money in the human capital. And the Future Investment Initiative is a good example of this, where they are, you might say, celebrating the importance of AI, but in trying to figure out simultaneously that celebration of the power of AI, does it actually foreshadow some difficult challenges ahead in policy terms and in financial terms and perhaps in political terms as well, right? So as the Saudis move into new areas like minerals, as they move into green energy in massive ways, they are attempting to marry this more global-facing, more transparent, more interwoven economic role, marry that with the technology of AI, thinking that this can sort of ratchet up the improvements. Now, this, of course, is an experiment in real time. It's ongoing. They are, in a sense, a global South Guinea, maybe the global South guinea pig, because of their resources and their focus on this new approach. So I can't sort of sit here today and say, okay, it has all worked 100% or it's failed 100%. I think the signs so far are very encouraging for Saudi Arabia and therefore for those who would learn lessons. But it is very much a case of watch this space. And I think as the Future Investment Initiative continues on down the road and gets larger and, most importantly, more influential, then we'll have more and more opportunity to study and learn from the Saudis the pros and cons of their approach.
All right, Sebastian, you understand that technology is advantage for whoever is using the technology. Now, artificial intelligence does not work alone. It works alongside other emerging technologies like blockchain and the others. And there's always been a digital divide. What are the submissions regarding closing this divide using artificial intelligence?
There's tremendous concern and appreciation here at the Future Investment Initiative, as there was last year, but I would say it's even more palpable this year, that there is a divide, there is a digital divide, and therefore there is likely to be an AI-based centered divide as well. And that there needs to be tremendous focus on minimizing that divide, bridging that divide. Now, you might say, I think that's important, and I think it's the correct recognition, because it correctly recognizes one of AI's principal challenges in a geopolitical sense. But the truth is, that's the easy part, right? The easy part is identifying the problem. The difficulty is dealing with it. And so the discussion that's ongoing here, and I'm sure it will continue next year, does not produce easy answers, right? So we know from the recent experience with climate change debate, the income inequality, you name the issue that has been more pressing perhaps for the global South than other parts of the world, and the parts of the global South that are on the deficit side of one of these respective divides. Global, that is, in this case, Western appreciation of the existence of the problem, and even a commitment to help resolve that problem, does not necessarily produce the desired outcome. And so I think it would be massively premature for me to say, well, I think this is what they're going to do. But the truth is, I don't think that that is here at the Future Investment Initiative or other influential organizations and meetings around the world, have really truly come to grips with what are the necessary they know what challenges, what are the necessary changes that need to be implemented. So it's the risk of sort of providing you with what sounds like quite evasive answer. I just don't think that the progress has been made yet intellectually and in policy making terms. Now, 12 months from now, if we talk about this, then hopefully there's something a little more concrete sort of on the table, either that's brought to the Future Investment Initiative because that's what governments, et cetera, and others have been doing over the subsequent 12 months, or because it germinates out of this kind of a meeting, as so many good ideas have done over the last several years. So again, we have to watch this space, but you identify what is certainly one of the principal, but perhaps until recently, until a meeting like this, one of the less appreciated challenges that AI provides us, along with all the others that we've already discussed this morning.
Nice submission there, and what a way to wrap up this conversation. We must say a special thank you to Dr. Patrick Bashan for creating time out of your busy schedule to have this kind of conversation with us. Wish you more success in your endeavors, and as you enjoy the rest of the conference, talking more about how to make the continent better. We hope to have you again, maybe when next we need to talk about the US election, which is coming up in a few days. Thank you so much for your submission on the issue of the investment and the Davos in the Desert conference taking place in Saudi Arabia.
It's been my great pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we're not done yet. She is still here. You heard what Doctor said. But before I have your, closing remarks, I want us to take reference from what Elon Musk said, and I'd like us to take that soundbite now, and for us to take a listen thereafter. She will react to that.
And that by 2029 or 2030, we might see AI as capable as 8 billion humans. Are you still seeing that pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to quantify exactly, but I certainly feel comfortable saying that it's getting 10 times better per year, which is, let's say it's 4 years from now, that would mean 10,000 times better.
How do you think about, the upside will take care of itself. How do you protect against the downside?
Well, my instinct with respect to AI safety is that you have to create a maximally truth-seeking AI, which may sound obvious, but that's what I'm seeing being produced is not maximally truth-seeking. It tends to be trained to be politically correct, and for a lot of the AIs that are being trained in the San Francisco Bay Area, they have taken on the philosophy of the people around them, which kind of makes sense.
All right, that was the special interview session with Elon Musk talking about the perception as regards artificial intelligence replacing human in the next 4 years. Now, let me seek the opinion of Sheyi in this regard. You heard what that tech giant said, Elon Musk, as regards the question was put to him, what he foresee to be the evolution that could arise from AI in the next 4 years, the concern about AI replacing, artificial intelligence replacing human intelligence. What's your take on that?
I tend to agree, because right now we're moving towards AI agents. If you're in the industry, you find out that people are now creating specific AIs that can solve specific problems, which is what the video that ran at the beginning of the show, where people are building vertical AIs. So you are building an AI that can understand, a niche area. And you see, the good thing about that AI is that because an AI does not inherently have any bias, like a human being, you can be doing something, you can get tired. So the way you do maybe the first thing may not be the way you do the 10th thing, because by that time you are tired, you are exhausted, so the energy isn't there. But you see, when you have robots, when you have AIs doing these things, they do it across board. That's why you have, if you go to some factories now, they've largely replaced, like, I mean, I was watching a video on how they manufacture the fuselage of an airplane. Everything is machine based, because they know that machines will not get tired and they can run for 24 hours. However, in saying that, yes, it will take some of those repetitive tasks from, you know, human beings. Then it leaves us with more creative tasks. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing you're even saying it. I was in a university this week where people were saying, if AI is doing assignments for people, you give them assignment. A D student last semester in physics is now an A student because you give them assignment, they put it in AI. And I said that, look, that means that even the educational system would have to move from lower order thinking to higher order thinking. It simply means that instead of asking students, please name the parts of an insect or name the parts of a computer, you are not going to be moving from, naming and identifying, to more things like evaluating and creating, that's developing new solutions, which is what AI is really doing. AI is good at things that humans find very difficult to do, so it can find patterns in things, it can coordinate things, it can, correlate news stories, it can bring this information, match it with this information, find patterns. And that's why people are even talking about using it in healthcare for, cancer drug discovery. Now, human beings have discovered drugs for a particular cancer, and it can look at the molecules, match it. Okay, I can match it with these molecules here. You do, it gives you that idea. But at the end of the day, a human being is still going to be the one to put these things together. So there will still be a lot of jobs, but the jobs will now move from people who are just doing repetitive tasks, data entry, doing the same thing, changing engine oil. We're not going to move to things that are more creative. I think the world is going to actually be a better place, because once that changes, human beings now know that we can now create more things. I can almost say that within the next 5 years, we're going to see innovations that we can't, even our brains now cannot fathom, which is what Elon Musk is trying to say. But the thing again is that the lower order jobs, people who are not ready to upskill themselves, who are there thinking, you have to upskill, you have to be able to use these tools. It's almost like the internet. Everybody is using the internet now. And I like the last question you asked, Dr. Patrick, about advancement. And I'm also surprised. I think our own problem here is that of mindset. Because when you go onto the internet, the minister is always talking about AI using, and people are saying, you are talking about AI in a country where we don't have roots, where we have not eaten. But we forget that development is not linear. Development is not serial. You don't say because you have not eaten, then we okay, let's provide food first, then before we do these things in parallel. Look at what the mobile phone did for us. We didn't have landlines. I don't think anybody in my own age ever used a landline, like that. But look at everybody's carrying mobile. So we fast-tracked our development just because a government came in and said, instead of building lines, cables, why don't we just move to the technology that is available, which is, and that's the same thing that's going to happen to AI. We can say because we don't have roots and we don't have power, then we should not develop the other side. And I think we have to, change our mindset. And if you look at all these countries, there are airports you pass through now, they don't stamp your passport again. You just walk through it. There's a camera, it scans using AI, it matches it. The smart gate, it opens, you don't stamp. In fact, one of my colleagues that we went was even scared that we just walked through this gate, nobody stopped us, are you sure we're not illegal? And that's what technology, and the thing is, everything has seen you. Where they have issues, okay, maybe your passport cannot be seen or it's cracked a bit, then you go, there's a human who is there, and in 2 seconds, you have passed through it as well. The passport we carry now, there's a chip inside with all your biometrics, so you can't forge it. That's what technology is going to do, and that's why we have to embrace it.
Okay, Elon Musk also highlighted something very crucial, which is AI truth-seeking and AI and political correctness. So Dr. Bachin spoke on that, the distrust for the experts. Where is what should Africa be doing? Should there be a sort of protectionism by every region if there is a distrust? And sometimes it's not clear whether this is AI truth-seeking or this is about some political correctness. how do businesses and even regions build an advantage where, in a bid to comply with the way the trend the world is going, you are not disadvantaged by some political correctness?
Thank you. And I think that's the problem we have here. We have a problem of trying to over-regulate, new technology. So in order for it to be, like I said, AI is a police, but you don't want an AI that is politically correct. You want an AI that gives, alternative views. Okay, at the end of the day, let the human being, it's like election voting. I want to be able to, I don't want to always hear the good side of, this party or that. I want to be able to make my, decision. So when we overregulate, it stifles innovation, which is why if you look at all, Elon Musk is in America. There, he mentioned something about the models being developed in San Francisco. How come the models are not being developed in Europe? Because there is over-regulation. So innovation is not coming out, and where innovation is not, you don't have innovation. People will migrate naturally to where. So we have to relax some of these rules. Look at what works. Yes, there will be mistakes. There will be errors. There will be a few. I mean, the lady at the beginning in the video you ran was saying, self-driving cars are killing people, And I'm thinking to myself, when the Wright brothers started playing, planes were crashing. In fact, one of the most difficult jobs in the world is a military pilot, the person who's going to fly a plane for the first time after manufacture, because you don't know what can go wrong. But you see, we have to do, there will probably be errors, there will be mistakes, but in that error, that's where economies advance. We fix those issues, and then we now look at what works, and then we now have industries that will now come and say, okay, we have these errors. People will now start to study, and I give an example of internet and cybersecurity. Internet has come to stay. It helps us. People can be here and you can get a degree from, but cyber criminals are also using it. We have the fraudsters, we have the 419ers, we have the scammers, we have the Yahoo boys, but now there's an industry called cybersecurity that is monitoring that. So it has created new jobs, it has created new industries. We have software development. The same thing would have to happen to, so our policy makers, I think our policy makers need to be going for conferences, like this, like the Davos in the desert, like even, UN, so that they are sitting in, and I'm not talking about government officials from maybe the Ministry of technology. We have to be talking about even government officials from the presidency, so that as they are listening to these things too, they come back home and they call a meeting and say, okay, how do we apply it to our own situation? AI is helping even in things like, you see, one of the problems we have in Nigeria is the barrier to education is very high. So we don't have innovation. So if you go to the north or the east, it's not that people there do not have inventions, but when you have to teach somebody in a language that he does not understand, so you have to teach them in English. AI exists now where you can have somebody, you can take somebody who's speaking English now, take him to the east. You can now go and teach physics, chemistry, computer science to somebody who does not understand English, who understands Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, and then the person is listening to it in his own language. He can make his own decision. He can now come up with solutions. So once you remove that barrier using AI, the economy will develop. So we need to create an overarching policy that will solve, some of these problems.
All right, let's wrap up with this. How would you expect, Africa to prepare for this kind of evolution? You've always had this divide between the global south and the global north when it comes to the issue of technology, where you have to depend on the Western world for, some of this equipment, this software that have been developed by them. But Africa, in order to catch up or prepare for this evolution, what should be the next step for Africa?
Two things. Mindset shift. We need to have a mindset shift. We need to look. Somebody put something on LinkedIn one time, and he said, when you go to all these advanced countries, things work, digitally, electronically, smart gates. But when you come here, there's this intrinsic mindset that if I implement technology, it's going to wipe away jobs, and you're going to take people off, the economy, and they will not be able to feed. So to the extent that when you get to Nigeria's airport, you will see, by the time you go through, even as you are coming in, people that want to help you with this customs, there are 10 people checking one bag. Immigration, there are 15 people. You are talking to one person. And you look at it as technology. There are technologies that you put your bag, you don't even have to, it scans everything. You don't have to open the bag, you don't have to look at it. It goes through the conveyor belt, it scans it, it moves. But here, people are still thinking that, if we do this technology now, all those people that you are seeing, about 50 or 100 of them, what are they going to eat? And what are they going to eat? But it's stifling, so you have queues. So those are the issues. We need to move from that mindset of, what will people eat? Because at the end of the day, technology is there to, do things faster, better, cheaper. And then the second one is obviously education and awareness. We need to be educated about a lot of the positives that this technology will bring to us. We need to, and then we need to bring it home. We don't have to go to Dubai or Saudi Arabia or US and then copy and paste, because the fundamental problem they have there is not the fundamental problem we have here. Our own issues are, like in Nigeria, for instance, I always use, how was technology able to solve certain? There was a time in Nigeria when people wrote JAMB, all the students in checking results, they will have to go to the JAMB office, and it will be, somebody decided to say, okay, can we build a portal where people will buy, these JAMB scratch cards and then implement? Guess what? Because it's an African nation, abroad, when you write an exam, what happens? They give you your result free. It is your mandate. You have written the exam. But here, when you write JAMB, you have to buy that scratch card to get your result. And somebody looked at it and said, that's a solution that works for us. It may not work abroad, but it works here. I think that's the way we need to go, even in AI as well.
Thank you so much, Akindele, the founder, CEO, Hyperspace Neural AI. We've been talking so much about AI because as part of the focus of the ongoing Future Investment Initiative 2024. Earlier, we had Dr. Bashan, Dr. Patrick Bashan, who is the founding director of the Democracy Institute of Washington, D.C., and former adjunct scholar and senior fellow of the Cato Institute, talk to us also about it. It's been a wonderful conversation having you both look at the issues and what each region can do and how it will help the global economy and also the society. Thank you, Sheyi.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
We'll take a break. When we return, to time to look at education, which is number 4 on the Sustainable Development Goal.
Stan, and it's great to be here. And thanks for focusing on SDG 4. That Sustainable Development Goal is very comprehensive. It spans from early childhood education through basic education, vocational education, higher education, and then lifelong learning. So it includes sort of any aspect of personal growth and development. When I look at where we've been and where we're going, what I see is I focus on the changes we see in the world today and the new types of demands that social and economic change are creating and placing on education systems, on institutions, and on people. The current policy agenda was really one that was set in 1990 at the Jomtien conference in Thailand, and it was the Declaration for Education for All. And now, 30 years later, that's still really sort of the guiding framework that the international community has been following. And that focused on basic education. That really was about basic education and basic education for a knowledge economy. If you look at where we are now, we've moved into a post-knowledge economy. And Tony Wagner, who's a scholar at Harvard and has done a lot of work on the idea of the future of work, he says we've moved into an innovation economy. But my view is that the policy agenda that we developed 30 years ago for the knowledge economy is not the right policy agenda, that we need to update it, and we need a new policy agenda for the post-knowledge economy.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world at SOUQ News Television. will bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about artificial intelligence. That was what we started with. And now it's time for us to look at our special series about sustainable development goals, talking about free education. That's goal number 4. You know, when you talk about SDG, there are 17 of them. But today we are looking at goal number 4, specifically talking about free primary and secondary education. We have the privilege of hosting a special guest this morning. We are being joined by His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedokun Abolarin, who is the founder of Abolarin College and a member board of trustees and governing council Ojaja University. He joins us virtually. Glad to have you join us, Your Royal Majesty.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
I love what I'm seeing. You're living by what you preach. We're talking about education here. I love having the students at the background, which is also going to spice up this conversation. So let's start by you giving us, first of all, a first-hand assessment. We're talking about SDG goal number 4 here, talking about free primary and secondary education. If we go back a little bit to history, when you had your own primary education, I want to presume that that was the order of the day. But now, what is the order now? So how will you assess the disposition to the adaptation of free primary and secondary education in the present state of education in a place like Nigeria? Please talk to us.
It's important for us to know that it's a right. Primary, secondary, for our people, they should have access to education because we all know the importance of education in the world. I've been listening to your conversation, artificial intelligence, deep economy, green economy, the future. We should not forget that in the whole Western region, almost about 70 years ago, that great man, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, started that revolution in Nigeria. Almost 70 years ago, 1955, January 1955. So this is the year 2014. Education is key. Education is too important. But like I always tell my children, yes, it's only trying to give them opportunity to be. We should not have any Nigerian now who does not have access to quality primary and secondary education. Yes, it's still work in progress, but it's important for all of us to know that our children, not necessarily our biological children now, they must have access just as our own biological children, because the two, they go hand in hand. If we educate our own biological children properly, we send them to good schools all over Nigeria and all over the world, a majority of our people, like we presently have, don't have access to quality education. There's a disequilibrium, and that is what is endangering the society in terms of everything. The security situation is nothing to write home about. We can take it from there, and maybe along the line when we continue our discourse, we'll say one or other two things as regards the state of things. But again, we can improve on what we presently have. And that's why we are doing the little we are doing with Abolarin College. Okay, Laon.
Okay, Your Royal Majesty, it's great to see you this morning. And as we move the conversation further on free education, there used to be this slogan that education is the best legacy any parent could bequeath to their children. I believe that many parents,
Yes,
if
please.
not all parents, want to do that, but they are challenged. Some of them are challenged economically. And in that thinking, that is why the SDG goal number 4 talks about education and free primary and secondary education. What are the challenges with providing free education for primary and secondary level? You've been able to come into that area by not just talking about it, but contributing your quota. What are some of the challenges that you face and you think these are the issues with providing free education for Nigerian children?
It's a tough thing, but the commitment is very important. We are committed because it is ideological. I mean, I stated it earlier. The challenges are multifarious, but again, that's what life is all about. People will even tell you that anything that is free is nothing in terms of commitment. And I always tell these children anyway that all we are trying to do is to create opportunities for them. They are paying back. I may not be around, I may not be living when they are paying back, but they must pay back to the Nigerian society. It's a duty that they owe. If they have the grace of enjoying access to quality education, some people are paying for that access. I say it all the time, I'm not a rich man, but I must give thanks to very many of my friends who assist us to do the little we are doing and the missionary workers that we have in our midst. Now, if you have all this playing together and these children, you'll have, because you are preparing them for greatness and for leadership, and they have access to quality living in the foreseeable future, they mustn't forget where they are coming from. The challenges are many. The challenges are multifarious, but that is what life is all about. Yes, funding is key. I've listened to you, artificial intelligence. How I pray that my children now will have access to that important to that all important area of the economy now. Artificial intelligence, coding, what have you. Because we want these children to be creative. We want these children to be useful to the Nigerian society. Yeah. I mean, when people tell me that Nigeria is jaga jaga, I tell them that my own Nigeria can never be jaga jaga. It is important for all of us to be responsible to champion the cause of greatness for this country. So all hands must be on deck. And presently, I don't think all hands are on deck to see that we are out of the wood.
All right, it's good to know that you've been doing this for 10 years. You're celebrating your 10th year anniversary providing free education for this set of students. But may I ask, what inspired this kind of initiative? And then how can it be replicated in other, by other individuals or in other states? Will you subscribe to the argument that there's a need to legislate free primary and secondary education? And how can we encourage our political class not to only pay lip service to this kind of initiative, but to be dedicated and also ensure that not just primary education, even to secondary and tertiary, will make it free for people who cannot afford it, especially to people who are vulnerable in the society?
Yes. Yes. When I became the king 2006, I used to practice law in Abuja. I was at the time a special advisor to the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Haim Pius. I didn't go to school to be a king. I didn't wish it for myself. But I found myself on the throne 2006, and I saw poverty all around me. And gradually, we just decided to start what I believe in. Because for me to be here from Abuja to Kilawa, I know the difference is just too clear. But we are here for service. It's an assignment that we have. If we live in the midst of poverty and we know the importance of education, we must start a gradual process to ameliorate the sufferings of our people and create a better future. Now, based on what you have in the Constitution, some people will tell you that the 1999 Constitution, as amended, there's nothing in it. But I tell people, all we are doing is based on the principles of the Constitution, fundamental objectives, and directive principles of state policy. Though not justiciable, but we can make it to be dynamic. And that's why we have children from all over Nigeria here, from all over Nigeria, from Borno State, from Plateau State, from Benue State, because we believe in the greatness of Nigeria. And it's important for these children to learn to live together, know themselves, ab initio, and know that nation building is not a thing you get done overnight. It's always a process. And building a nation is what you stated earlier. Legislation, yes, it's key. Then people must know that if we fail to take care of the majority of our people, if you fail to take care of the majority of our children, I'm not saying our biological children now, the challenges of insecurity that we presently have in Nigeria will continue to face. My own biological children cannot be living in opulence, in affluence, and I have majority living in abject poverty. They won't allow us to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Yes, these are reasons why we decided to have a school like Abolari College. And so far, so good. Tough, when I say tough, extremely tough. And I must say, I'm grateful to Nigerians. Nigerians are good people. You may not know that because of what we are doing in terms of people, in terms of support, all over Nigeria now. 10,000 naira, a bag of rice, a bag of this, from people that I've never set my eyes on. In other words, Nigerians are looking for things that are noble, things that can push Nigeria forward. And I just pray that we replicate. It's a starting point. I don't want government to get. I want private individuals who are committed to the future. And when I say the future now, my children don't always like me stating. I can't be around the next 50 years. I don't want to be around. But I know, I have an idea what this area will look like the next 50 years. I have an idea of what these children are going to do in pursuing the greatness of Nigeria next 50 years. Because the commitment, we try to imbued it in them from our anthem, from our collect prayer, just for us to think of a whole and build a prosperous future for this country, for this great country, Nigeria.
Okay, you have some of your pupils behind you. Can we get to interact with some of them? Earlier while talking, you talked about the perception about anything that is free. Some may think, oh, it doesn't have good quality if it's coming free. But let's talk to some of those who are in your school and get to know to what they would like to be in the next 50 years. When they see themselves in the next 50 years, as you said, that you see great things happening from them and with them in the next 50 years. Are there any of them that we could speak with?
Yes, I have, because of the training that we've given to them, I have some ex-students here who know what it is to volunteer. They see the school as there. They're on vacation. Some of them are here. I have Taiwo here. I have another Taiwo here. Is in the University of Lagos. He's on vacation. This one, his nickname is Odi. He's in the University of Osun State, reading law. The other one in University of Lagos is reading sociology. They are here. They know that it's their
Speak
duty.
to one of the ex-students,
It's their
those who
school.
have graduated from the school and now
Please.
in tertiary institutions.
All right.
Good morning.
Hello, what's your name? Good morning.
My name is Gabriel Michael.
Sure. I understand that you are one of the beneficiary of the free education that His Royal Majesty is providing there in Osun State. Can you tell us about the education that you received? What was your experience in the school and why you chose to volunteer now that you've graduated from that school?
Um, I'm a native of Ilarangon, a nearby village. My parents are of the Omu background. My father is late now, a farmer, and my mother a petty trader. So I was a product of a public school in Ilarangon. So I got like a form to this school in year 2014. That's about 10 years ago. And I came here expecting like a normal education like the one I was used to in public sector. So I came here. We were not to pay a school fee. To pay school fees, everything was free. Our feeding, hostel. We had access to computer. Like I saw a computer for the first time in 2014. Like access to computer, a laptop, a personal laptop of mine. You go to church and everything was practically free. Like the feeding, the school, like the uniform we wear, a better uniform than what I used to have. Like I was seeing myself like as a better person, a different person. So like it's awakening my spirit. Like it was a new experience. It was a new dawn for me and my colleagues. Then so like we understand what service to humanity was or is. Um, After I thought it was just like a secondary education. After like I was thinking what's is next for me. So KBC also like he didn't abandon us after our secondary education here, which was promised. He also sought to like I think there are about 75 of us are now in the public and private universities through KBC, through the for KBC and all. So I'm a center of Unilag, I'm in Pateri and I'm studying sociology, University of Lagos. So um we are the way we are brought up, the way we are taught the importance of service to humanity. So we know it's our duty to come back here. That's the kind of training that we were given. You know, it's our duty to always come back to help bringing up our younger ones. Like the training we're given to also give back to the younger generation. So like we are brothers and sisters, and so we relate very well, and we always come back to like to support in our only two way.
It's interesting to hear your story and to know that you are in position or you're also thinking of how to replicate that in the society and to also help other people. So in that light, what would be your admonition to people, kids who are out of school now, who do not have the benefit of enjoying what you are enjoying now? What would be your advice to their parents as regards providing the right education for them based on your experience?
My advice would be for all indigenous students out there to work very hard, to be very sure, because I've seen the importance of education. I could not even speak like this some years back. I told you I was part of public education, and it just happened like I can't like phantom it. It happened out of this thing, but I just want everybody to put out hard work, to believe and pray, be prayerful. You know, like anything can happen. So be prayerful, be whatever you are doing, we farm, we do all of these things. So we understand like education is very important, and we're happy like we have access, like we are given this opportunity. So I will encourage parents, no matter how hard it is, everybody should like they should try and keep this like their children in school, and they should like understand the like importance of education. Like it's very important for every this thing, every child to have access to education. And also I will like to like reach out for support and all of these things. You know, it's a big work that KBC is doing here. So I'm happy that we are getting the KBC is getting the recognition, the school is getting the kind of recognition like on a platform like this. So with help from private individuals, government, and all, the school can be like grown to a bigger thing. And Carlos always tell us like, this school is your school. Like, I'm just the one in charge for now. Is your school. Time is coming that you are going to like, you are not getting a free education. Like in quotes, it's not free. There's no free lunch anywhere. You have to like give back to society. So I believe someday some of us, or even all of us, will give back in our little way to like bring up others, like the people in need and all of this, just to replicate what Kabis is doing. And to like even like he always tell us like, this doesn't have to end on me. Like even this must not die. You have to like extend it. It can become a university. It can have a business. Have all these things. Make sure like other people enjoy what you also enjoy. So that is the kind of training that Kabisi has given us and still giving.
Right. It's interesting to know that you desire to continue in this light and in that spirit. May I also acknowledge others who are there? I wish we could have time to speak with all of you to hear your story. But for joining us on this kind of conversation, we need to acknowledge you guys. And we need you to also keep up the good work. And it's a way to also say a special shout out to everyone out there. So we'll continue this conversation, but we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll conclude our conversation with His Royal Majesty on the issue of free education and secondary education in Nigeria. Please stay with us.
Stan, and it's great to be here. And thanks for focusing on SDG 4. That Sustainable Development Goal is very comprehensive. It spans from early childhood education through basic education, vocational education, higher education, and then lifelong learning. So it includes sort of any aspect of personal growth and development. When I look at where we've been and where we're going, what I see is I focus on the changes we see in the world today and the new types of demands that social and economic change are creating and placing on education systems, on institutions, and on people. The current policy agenda was really one that was set in 1990 at the Jomtien conference in Thailand, and it was the Declaration for Education for All. And now, 30 years later, that's still really sort of the guiding framework that the international community has been following. And that focused on basic education. That really was about basic education and basic education for a knowledge economy. If you look at where we are now, we've moved into a post-knowledge economy. And Tony Wagner, who's a scholar at Harvard and has done a lot of work on the idea of the future of work, he says we've moved into an innovation economy. But my view is that the policy agenda that we developed 30 years ago for the knowledge economy is not the right policy agenda, that we need to update it, and we need a new policy agenda for the post-knowledge economy.
Yes, haven't heard so much talk about the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which talks about education for all. We've been having a conversation with His Royal Majesty, who has started a school that is now 10 years old, providing free education for pupils to just come in and learn. It's even run as a boarding facility because he has mentioned that food and other materials have been provided for the children. And we talked to one of the graduates of that school who is now teaching voluntarily, contributing his own quota to others, whom he referred to as his younger ones from the upbringing that they've received at the facility. All right. Your Majesty, continue now with the conversation. This is something that you are doing. And if we look at the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, there are quite many. And it's not something that you alone or other individuals like you can do and sustain. There is the part of the government. Now, according to UNESCO recommendation, it is recommended that every government should allocate at least between 15 to 20% of their budget to education sector. For this year, Nigeria allocated about 7.9% of its budget to education sector. Well, it's an increase from what it used to be, but it still falls short of the UNESCO recommendation. What do you advise that government should begin to do, particularly regarding initiatives like yours, to sustain them? In schools, we have that where we have free education provided by government in primary schools, particularly. It's just tuition that is free. The students still need to, or the primary school people still need to provide books, uniform, and other materials by themselves. Hello, Your Majesty. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. I can hear you. I think it's.
I believe you heard the question too.
Yes, I think it's important for all of us because we're government. I mean, those of where government is the totality of the government and those of us that they are governing. Now, it's key to encourage a school like ours with private schools we are existing with the private schools, but we need to support what the government is doing. We need to complement the efforts of government. So complementing the efforts of government, I think in all the local governments, about 794 local governments in Nigeria, I think we should have a school like ours in all these local governments. Not run by government, but private citizens who are totally committed, because it is not, you cannot make money from an enterprise like this. But again, I tell people that education is a win-win situation. If I can't make money from this, but I know that the future of our environment is guaranteed. The future of these children is guaranteed. And there are too many things that I know that even personally I will gain from having an enterprise like this. So it's important for government to encourage Nigerian citizens to have a school like this, and to encourage us too. We have 135 school children. We can move from 135 to 1,000 if the support base is there. We can. We have the experience. 10 years is no joke. 10 years is no joke. So it's important for us to build a synergy with the government in order to make sure that things are better run in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, if you go to some of the goals enlisted for the year 2030, is also to ensure that boys and girls, they have access to free education and also vocational skills. Now, Your Majesty, what do you make of the move by the federal government to incorporate vocational skills into the academic curriculum, especially at the primary level? The federal government is looking in that direction, and hopefully by next year it's going to kick off. What do you make of this initiative? How impactful will it be when it comes to primary education and preparing for the task lay ahead, which is the year 2030?
It's going to be impactful. My children here, I've never seen skillful Nigerians as what I experience here. Talent. On a Thursday like this, for the first 3 hours, we work on the farm. Let me see. We work on the farm. I mean, we are preparing our food. We prepare our food. It is come. Let me come. Let's. This is working on the farm. This is what we do. We train them to use their hands. That is how. That is what it takes to be innovative. That is what it takes to be creative. They can't be lazy here. You lay your bed. Bolu, Baba, where are you? You see, these are talented. These are talented children. These are skillful children. I mean, in the area of art, in the area of culture, in the area of music. I mean, that is not to say that we don't need people we don't need people to assist us. We need assistance. Now, we are very far. Yeah.
Pátápátá kò ajá àjùbà fún olóko ní ìran àgbẹ̀ wá sí ìjùbà fẹ́ pẹ̀. Àgbẹ̀ tí ojúbà fẹ́ pẹ̀ erùpẹ̀ wá fàgbẹ̀ lójú kálẹ̀ tó lẹ́ni. Ìbà lóde tó onímọ̀rí ìbà kíbà mi ó máa ṣe. Ìbà apẹ́ tí ọwọ́ yìí ìbà pẹ̀tẹ́ ẹsẹ̀. Ìbà àtẹ́lẹsẹ̀ tí òun rin. Ìbò orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin gbogbo àgbáyé. Lónìí mojúbà. Mojúbà kíbà mi ó máa jẹ ní bẹ́lẹ́dùn màrè ọba ńlá. Ògìgì igi alẹ̀ wúlẹ̀ ṣe. Ìbà lónìí mo rí bá orin mi. Bólúwa ti fi àkófẹ́ lórúkọ mi. Ìjà Adésọ́lá mo rí bá bàbá mi. Adájẹ́ ní hun mọ́ ìgbà kí irun yàn mo ṣe ètùtù àgbà. Ìbà lọ́wọ́ kábíyèsí ọba tí ń torí ẹni tí ò sún ẹ ṣe. Ọba tí ń kọ́ ọmọlùpọ̀ ọbọ̀. Ọba tí ń tọ́jú onílé tí ń tọ́jú ará oko. Adédọ̀gbọ̀n.
Much. Thank you so much. I wish this was happening on a Friday. They would just take it over from here to the Owambe party. Just have a dance to that. Thank you. I see that Kabisi, His Royal Majesty, also encourages development of talent, like that young lad just displayed his musical talent. Maybe he will grow up to be the next Fuji star that Nigeria would celebrate. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation talking about education and what well-meaning Nigerians are doing to support government in providing education for all. Well, we want to appeal to as many who can support initiatives like this to continue doing so. And we also appeal to government that 7.9% of the Nigerian national budget going to education sector. Well, it's good, but there is room for more. You know that the threshold is 15 to 20% of the budget. And for parents who perhaps think that school is scam, you've seen now that school is not scam. Let's get final thoughts from His Royal Majesty. Yes, I like that you also
I thank you for this great opportunity.
Allowing them showcase their talents, because it's not just enough to get education from the four walls of a school.
Exactly.
There are other aspects that's about them that could help in development. So what would you say to some parents who feel like school is not really a big deal? Maybe they have examples of people who didn't go to school but are doing well economically. Some still believe in child marriage and some other things that take children away from school.
Yes, I tell my children, and they know that education can never be a scam. There is a difference between a well-educated citizen and somebody that is not educated at all. And here we try to give them what we call holistic education. So when people come here and they see it's not food, it gladdens my heart. Why won't I teach? I'm working because the cliche here is we are using education to fight poverty. It may not be an immediate thing. I know that in the long run, I mean, these children to the Nigerian society. I tell them, they dare not, they dare not, I repeat, they dare not. They must be responsible to the society. And that's the kind of education that very many of us are. We weren't brought up to think of the larger interest of the society and is affecting
Take
us. We know it's
because
important.
of
It is
the poor video quality there owing to unstable internet connection from our guest
my
on the
hand.
show from where he is currently. But thank you so much. We thank you so much, His Royal Majesty Oba
My
Dr.
pleasure.
Adedokun Abolarin, who is an educationist and doing his bit to contribute to the education sector in Nigeria. We thank all of the pupils, including those who have graduated from the school and are now teachers in that institute who are doing what they can to support the initiative. That's the show today. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing AHA. The show will return tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. You can follow us on our social media platforms with the handle at SOUQ News TV on Facebook, Instagram, X, and we would appreciate your comments.
All right, don't forget we're done with the conversation, but the rest of the action continues from here to ensure that everyone, every boy out there, every girl out there has access to free education by the year 2030. We can do it, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we replicate this in our various spaces. Don't forget, Early Extinct returns tomorrow. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
I did not do yesterday. I'm grateful for that. So it's another very good thing, another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start you, inspire you to have.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 19 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them. When there are problems that we could fix, we help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to leave." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, we was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. And I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through, and that was it. I got onto the board, And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing. Radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. with the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. We talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer a king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, blah, when they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if they are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why would you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So that there is some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just run this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? It's become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when they can be that. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay. So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, watch the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers,
are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive.
Good morning and welcome to Market Insights. I am Lavina Emma. It's a lovely day and we are broadcasting live from the city of Lagos on SOUQ News Television. So today we will focus on a topic that is reshaping the business world, and that's digital transformation. But what does this mean for Nigerian businesses? Now, in today's fast-paced world, technology-driven, we see it every day. We're always on our smartphones, on our iPads, on our laptops. We are all driven by technology. And Nigerian businesses must adapt to stay competitive. Now, this digital transformation is no longer a luxury, but a necessity. And the numbers are compelling. For example, 50% of Nigerian businesses still rely on manual processes, which shouldn't be the case. And 70% of consumers prefer digital channels for their customer services to resolve any issues they have when having transactions online. This is all part of our digital revolution, and this digital transformation can increase productivity in businesses by 30%, which is quite significant. Now, this digital age is no longer a future trend. It's the present reality. From online marketplaces to AI-powered solutions, technology is revolutionizing how we do business. But many how we do business, you know how it is right now, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. Now, the question remains, how can you, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, leverage this digital revolution to grow your business? So this morning, we will explore the key strategies that can help you navigate this digital landscape. So whether you're a tech-savvy entrepreneur or just starting out in the business sector, this episode will provide actionable insights. In addition, we have an expert that you'll hear from, and he has embraced digital transformation and reaps the rewards, and he will share his experiences, challenges. So we look forward for all of you watching the program this morning to follow in his footsteps. So whether you're a seasoned business owner or an aspiring entrepreneur, join us after the break as we unravel the secrets to digital success in Nigeria.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back and thank you for watching the program. Now our guest this morning is Wilson Sampson. He is the Chief Growth Strategist at Litra Forge Limited. He also has a background in psychology and he is also a certified professional in Enterprise Management CPEM from the Institute of Enterprise Management and Analytics and the International Award in Delivering Training IADT from HABC UK. Sampson Wilson also helps entrepreneurs and professionals manage their workload efficiently with tailored support systems and solutions to streamline operations, boost productivity, and achieve optimal efficiency. So welcome to Market Insights, Sampson Wilson.
Thank you, Lovina.
Great to have you on the program, looking great as usual.
Thank you, the pleasure is mine.
Okay, we're happy to have you here and to talk about digital transformation for Nigerian businesses. So let's get right into it. Now, what is digital transformation all about and why is it important for Nigerian businesses?
Well, digital transformation has to do with a simplified way of doing business. I'll give this analogy, 10, 20 years back, when you want to run a survey, you have to print out papers and go from place to place. With digitalization now, all you just need to do is to create a Google form and you can actually get the survey of people without actually traveling there. One, you save cost, you save time, and you also save life because the risk of people commuting from different parts to get those information is totally eliminated. So within a short time frame, you are able to get the result that you need. So that's what digital transformation brings about to businesses. Another example could be during the pandemic where there was a lockdown and there were no events out there, so you have to do things digitally. That was where the likes of Zoom came out, where you could have different online meetings. You could solve different problems without actually going to any location, just being able to hold strategic meetings virtually with people. Now you're able to save costs. The only thing there is just you need data and you need power. So those are the ways that you could exemplify what digital transformation means to business.
Well put, and you went straight to the point. That's very key. Okay, thank you for sharing insights into this. Now, looking at our 21st century right now, we've seen a lot of things evolving. We have seen we can use our smartphones to get things done faster and easier, like you mentioned. Now, how can businesses use these emerging technologies to adapt to the ever-evolving customer expectations and market dynamics?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and that's coming at such a time as this in Nigeria, where a lot of businesses are grappling with cost of production, the cost of fuel. So one of the things that they could do is approaching a lean management system where you say, okay, what are the things we need to cut off? What are the things that we need to digitalize? What are the things that we need to delegate? For example, you could, instead of thinking of expanding your business physically, why don't you think of investing in social media adverts, where you are able to screen who your target audience are, what their consumer, well, you'll be able to study the consumer behavior, be able to study what their likes, their wants, their needs. You're able to know what their problems are, where they are located, and you're able to target them. Now, with that, with such kind of information, you now begin to look at, okay, what will be their future needs in case the person relocates from this area to another area? How can we ensure that there is constant communication, which most times the physical or the manual way of doing business may not even afford you of such kind of opportunity. Now, another thing that businesses should begin to look at is, what can we do differently? Now, in the case where you have 10 people and you want to go lean, you now discover that, okay, how can we have people work remotely? That would reduce the pressure on maybe on the power, the electricity consumption, and also it will also reduce the cost of production for you somehow. Then when you now begin to look at, okay, instead of the manual way of printing, can we go digital? Invest in email marketing, you invest in other tools to say, okay, we want to have meetings. Can we try Google Meet? Can we try Zoom? Can we try Team? And you begin to look at, okay, the most important thing in the end is you're trying to save time, you're trying to save cost, you're trying to also reduce your risk. Because at the end of the day, nobody is going to bear your risk for you. So you need to see how to mitigate your risk as an entrepreneur, as a business person.
Okay, well said. Thank you for that, Wilson Sampson. Now, we're looking at this 21st century. Now, we've seen in different sectors of our economy. For example, in the finance industry, we have seen that with adapting to the technologies that we have right now, we've seen the rise of fintechs. We no longer have to be using our usual banks to get loans and other financial services that you need. In the manufacturing industry, we've also seen the rise of robotics, having to be able to put things together, package goods for consumers. And in agricultural sector, we have seen the Internet of Things, which has transformed the way I would say a faster way of doing things in the agricultural sector. Now, how can other sectors or how can other companies also participate or tap into making their businesses move faster and embrace these digital technologies to compete in our ever-changing world?
All right, that's a very good question. So let's look at the transportation industry, for example. Before now, you need to go down to the park or to the parking lot to pay. Now, technology has helped some transport system to introduce the pay online. You book your ticket online and you make your payments. You only come in at the time you're supposed to take off. Now, when businesses begin to look at that, maybe other sectors like the agricultural sector and every other sector, that instead of carrying physical cash, why don't you think of another way to say, okay, let's digitalize it. You don't need to come. You can make your payment online. You can make your bookings online. You can make payments online. Then we will deliver at your doorstep. Now, what that does, it saves the clients or the customers the pressure of needing to move from one location to another. Rather, you just make your payment and you know exactly where to pick up your goods and you know where to distribute. So it helps a free flow of distribution. Then it also increases the value chain. So everybody is feeling valued, everybody is making an input, everybody knows that, okay, this is what responsibility I need to put in and this is what I need to contribute in order for everybody to win. Becomes a win-win and not some win, some lose.
Okay, that was very smartly put there, actually, because we have definitely seen the benefits these days. When people travel by road, they don't need to go there with cash. You can just book online and pay online.
Absolutely.
Everything is done easily. Now, what are the biggest challenges faced by Nigerian businesses when adopting to these digital technologies?
Well, one of the major challenges is lack of training, because when something new comes in, naturally we want to oppose to change. And so we may have manpower, but how skilled are is the manpower in able to transform into the digital? Because remember, if you are trying to digitalize what you're doing, it's going to take a while for people to be able to adapt to it. For example, looking at the upgrade the banks are doing. As much as they have given a time frame, it will take a while before things can actually integrate properly. So lack of training, it's one major issue. Then the lack of skilled professionals in that field to be able to deploy the solutions that they're trying to integrate to becomes another issue. But that does not mean that it cannot be solved. But it only means that the professionals in the field need to scale up, because the way knowledge and information is spreading, in less than 12 hours, you have an information update. And so if you are not upgrading, you're actually going obsolete. So businesses need to look at, okay, while they're trying to employ digital solutions, they need to find out our professionals, our employees, are they up to par with what we want to introduce, so that at the end of the day, what's supposed to be a solution will not end up becoming a problem.
That's very key. So a lack of skills, lack of training, those are very key things. Now, looking at, let's start with Nigeria before we talk about other countries of the world now. Are we ready in this country for this digital transformation, looking at the business industry and our different sectors of our economy? Do you think we are ready?
Well, those who are ready, well, it comes in two ways. The people who are ready, and those who are not ready will have to do the catch-up. For example, in the health sector, you have the information management system, where previously you need to be carrying files up and down. Some hospitals have upgraded in such a way that the case file of their patients have been digitalized. So at a click, you just click a button, and all the record of the patient comes in. So there is room for continuity. So yes, technology might be expensive, but it's not as expensive as ignorance. So I would say that the organizations who are ready, while those who aren't ready will have to do the catch-up somehow.
Okay. Well, before we get into catching up to that process now, I'm looking still on Nigeria now. How can Nigerian businesses create an environment that will be conducive to digital adoption?
One of the ways is they need to have embrace more stakeholder meetings, like a town hall meeting, where it's about collaboration this time around, not about competition, because everyone is currently hit by economic policies, and you'd have to find a way to adapt and adopt rather than trying to fight. So it's where everybody comes together to say, okay, the stakeholders and the key players will say, okay, what can we do to ensure that there is a smooth flow? So it's just like in the telecom industry, I had opportunity to work with one or two persons, and I asked a few questions, and there's something they call collocation, where different network providers can actually use one particular base station. So when we have such, where the hospital is established, and in that same hospital, you don't need to establish another laboratory. You can have a laboratory that can serve as many hospitals within that location. So I'm using that as an example. So when other businesses begin to look at, okay, how can we meet up? Some airlines are doing it where they collaborate together to say, okay, we can help you take cargo delivery from this point to this point. You deliver to this point. We deliver from this point to the next point. So there has to be, businesses need to look at it from the angle of the value chain. How can we work together? Not how can we fight each other?
That's a very key point to use. They're looking at it from the angle of the value chain. So looking at it concerning how much profit they can make. But apart from making profit, don't you think the consumers, or rather the clients' interest should also be put at the forefront?
Absolutely. Without the customers, without the consumers, then where is the market? They are the key players. They're the ones who make the key decision, because if buyers decide not to buy, what happens?
Yeah. Okay. So they are like, there's a popular saying that we always hear, the customer is always right. So
but not really that they're right. That's the reason why we're in business anyway.
Exactly. So if they decide not to patronize, I mean, that's the end of the business.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, how can we ensure that, you know, we're going into a future where, I mean, like I said, it's no longer the future, it's our present reality now. How do we maintain, like, it's not just about getting these technologies in play, but how do we ensure that we maintain these things in our different industries for those who have started using these different emerging technologies?
Well, that's a very great question. One of the things I will encourage is, one, you need to keep evolving. You need to keep growing, and you keep investing in manpower development and training, because you can never overemphasize this, and no amount of investment in personal development of key stakeholders will have to do with employees, because at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, you cannot be everywhere at the same time. You would definitely need people. And so I'll put it in this philosophy that for organizations to be able to survive, they need to focus on their strength. They need to focus on their competitive advantage. Where do you have advantage? Invest in that area. Where you don't have an advantage, outsource. Collaborate with people who are better in that area than you are. And because at the end of the day, it's just like the bet of the online store, where you have you cannot, there are places that you may not be able to get to, and there are people who can actually help you bring that. So that's where logistics needs to be factored. The logistics of moving from point A to point B has to be smooth. Then the manpower, people should be empowered and encouraged to do what they ought to do. And when people are empowered in their area of strength, they bring in a lot of energy, that which rubs down on the value chain. Then also, I would encourage businesses to embrace technology. Now, embrace technology, you need to embrace on technology that you understand, not the ones you don't understand. Because it's just like there are some tools that you may not need, but people might be telling you that these are the things that you need. So you need to focus on what you need that will help you to get to your destination in the shortest possible time. Remember, in business, you're looking at saving time, you're looking at saving cost, and you're looking at making profits.
Okay, those are very key things that you just mentioned there. Thank you for that. Now, does that mean that we're going to be seeing more partnerships between different business owners? For example, a lady that sells, maybe she's into food business. Does that mean there'll be partnerships with people who are into logistics services, looking at this, embracing more of this digital technology?
Yes, it will bring about more of collaboration. It's just like the person who is selling ewagoing and the person who is selling bread. They have to synergize. So it's more like digitalization is bringing us to that system of the trade by barter, where you bring in this value, I bring in this value, I bring in this service, we bring it together and we package it as a whole, as a bulk or as a bundle to say, okay, this is what we have to offer to the same client for maximum satisfaction.
Okay, very true. Very key points there to consider. Well said. Now, the fourth industrial revolution has ushered in an era of unprecedented velocity and progress marked by rapid use of AI. We've seen a lot of cloud computing. We've seen a lot of data analytics and the use of robotics, amongst other things now. So now, looking at, like you mentioned, the health sector, and you've also mentioned, the financial industry with the rise of fintechs. Now, those other sectors, can we see a situation where our leaders can make policies that other sectors can wholly embrace all these new technologies?
Well, we can see that another thing is one thing to enact policies and formulate policies, is another thing for implementation. The major challenge we're having in this part of the world is implementation. We know what we ought to do, but we're not just doing them. And the ones who are doing them, they seem to be overwhelmed with the pressure of people saying, okay, our customers, because your customers are your stakeholders. And with that kind of pressure, every other person needs to embrace the same thing. I'll give another example. Is during the, for example, when you're running an advert promotion now, in as much as you know what you want to sell, you also need promoters who can go to the grassroots. So everybody in the value chain of whatever any business is representing needs to be carried along. So when government formulates a policy to say, okay, this is what we want to introduce, it is now left for who are the stakeholders that will ensure that to the very grassroots, the person the person down there knows what to do. For example, if the government is talking about going green, now that means that everybody, the customer, has to be advised that whenever you make use of our product, this is a proper way to dispose them. So that at the end of the day, everybody is contributing to the growth and not somebody trying to destroy what another person is building. So I had to use that example of drainage system and to be able to buttress is that the government may have enacted a policy, but it still has to get to the grassroots. Who is monitoring, who is doing an evaluation to say how far are these things being implemented to the very grassroots?
That's very key, because we need to make sure we are carrying everybody along, and especially in our country, we've seen that very wide gap when it comes to how laws are being enforced in the cities, and then back in the rural areas, there's always this, it's like there's a break in communication.
Absolutely.
Yes, so now just want to ask your advice now. How do you think our leaders should go forward to ensure that everyone is carried along, to ensure that Nigeria is well prepared for the future or our present reality?
Well, the best way to approach this is there has to be conversation. There has to be a dialogue. There has to be a town hall meeting. There has to be a stakeholder forum where the end users, the consumers, the producers, and the distributors have to meet. Because it's not just, for example, it's one thing to manufacture goods and keep in your warehouse, and you automatically think the goods are going to sell themselves. It has to move from production to distribution, because distribution is where the headache is. So until the people that are involved, the stakeholders, the key players in the value chain, until they have an agreement where they have a conversation, where a common understanding that these are the things that we need to do to ensure that we achieve the overall goal. Remember, everybody has got to win in the value chain. And if that is done, it may not be easy at first, but it's something that it has to be an ongoing conversation. Everybody needs to be carried along. And where there is no clarity, there has to be education, there has to be orientation, seminars, and programs to ensure that people actually understand the vision and the essence of what the policies or whatever the business arrangement or the business forum is all about, because value is relative to different persons. So, but when you have ongoing conversations, people begin to understand the value, the reason why they need to do what they need to do, and the reason why people need to step up to ensure that everybody is carried along fully.
Okay, thank you for that, Wilson Sampson. It's been great having this discussion with you, and you have shared a whole lot of insights into this, especially with the whole idea that we as consumers, and not just the business owners alone, we also have to keep a very open mind and welcome this very huge development that is transforming our lives greatly. Now let's take a break. When we return, we're still going to discuss further with our guests. So join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
It's the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level.
By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back and thank you for watching the program, and we are discussing digital transformation for Nigerian businesses, and we have our guest in the studio, Wilson Sampson. He's the Chief Growth Strategist for Literal Forge Limited. So as the Chief Growth Strategist for Literal Forge Limited, now what role does leadership play in driving digital transformation in Nigerian businesses?
Well, that's a great question. Leadership plays a key role because without leadership, there's no direction. And so as a leader in the business industry, one of the things that I would always encourage business owners is the fact that you must understand that people have got problems. That's your target audience. They've got problem. They need solution, and they have the money. But they are looking for someone who they can trust. So that's where leadership is about trust, it's about direction, it's about providing the pathway. If a leader is blind, then there's going to be a problem with the followers. They're going to have a lot of traffic jam. But when a leader can see far, it also helps the people who are coming after to be able to see further. Now, so in business, where leadership is very, very important is with proper vision, there's going to be a lot of alignment. Vision helps the future. Without vision, most businesses will still be in the past. Now, it had to take the vision of some key stakeholders in the business to introduce smaller buses instead of the bigger buses that we used to have back in the 90s. Now, it has taken leadership for us to have transport companies going into logistics. It has taken leadership for businesses to introduce online payment. You need to pay online. You don't need to carry cash. It has taken leadership for us to enjoy the cashless policy that the government has introduced, and we're trying to see how to. Then the introduction of the fintechs has been as a result of leadership in business. So leadership is very, very crucial. Without leadership, we're heading nowhere.
Okay, and I'm quite sure you emphasize this a lot when talking to a lot of business people.
Absolutely.
In terms of how to grow their businesses.
Absolutely.
Now, now looking at our country, I still want us to focus more on Nigeria. Now, what infrastructure upgrades are necessary for a successful digital transformation?
Well, we need an enabling environment where the issue of power needs to be resolved. And insecurity has to be addressed, because even if there is power and people don't feel safe where they are, the ease of doing business becomes more challenging. Then the government needs to do, they're trying, but they still need to do a lot more when it comes to road networks, where people are able to move from different parts easily. That will help in terms of distribution from the rural area to the urban cities, and it will create a lot of development. But when you have goods that have been produced and there is no way to transport them, it becomes a huge challenge. So those are the things I think that we need to look at, the government need to look into, to provide an enabling environment both for foreigners who are coming in to invest and for indigenous businesses that are also trying to contribute to the GDP of the country as well.
Those are very key things that need to be resolved. Well said. Now, what skills are required for employees to thrive in a digitally, digitally transformed business?
Well, communication has to improve. Interestingly, in the business sector, a lot of people talk, but they don't communicate. And because every customer has got an expectation, and how these expectations are managed could actually form the customer's experience, and in terms of feedback, and in terms of consumer behavior, in terms of, okay, preference, should I go ahead and do business with company A or B? And remember, in business, people are actually interested in the outcome, not the product and services. It's the outcome that brings about satisfaction, is the outcome that brings about transformation. And is the outcome that also encourages them to refer other people to do business with in the marketplace. So everybody is looking for value.
Yeah, that's very true. What you just said, everyone is looking for value. Now, given the fast pace of change in this era, a lot of organizations risk deploying obsolete technology if they take too long to implement, and if it stays too long without being implemented, it might become not very useful. You might see, oh, there's an upgrade, you can't be using this software at this point in time. And on the flip side, a hasty deployment of certain technologies might result in inadequate planning and might expose the systems to some cyber threats. Now, when is the right time to implement these new technologies that can work alongside the market?
Okay, when it comes to that, one of the things I would encourage is the fact that while you're trying to upgrade from what you have to the new one, to something new and more sophisticated, there should be room for a stopgap where you keep using what you're using, but you transition to something newer gradually, so that at the end of the day, there is no downtime.
Okay, when you say stopgap, what do you mean by that?
A stopgap is, okay, you have something that you can be running with while you're upgrading. You don't just suddenly upgrade from what you have to where you're going without something to stand out in case there is a failure in terms of trying to migrate. What happens? Because like using the example of what happened when some banks went into the upgrade of their system, some businesses suffered. And that is, but at the back of their mind, that was not the plan. But these things happen. So when you're trying to migrate or you're trying to upgrade, you should also put the interest of your customers. No customer wants to be in discomfort. And so those are the things that organizations should look at, businesses should look at. When you're trying to change, what will be the effect of this change on your customers? Because when you don't consider that, then that means that you just want them to, you don't believe in them, they don't matter. So or you just feel that you can always get away with it, and that should not be the thing. So people should, businesses should ensure that their customers are carried along. Sometimes some customers can even give businesses a better option what to do to scale up. And
how would you recommend they go about doing this?
Well, that is where relationship management comes in. When in business, when you know that your customers care about you, and your customers know that you care about them, they could offer suggestion that, okay, you could try this, or you could try this other option, and they will be able to they will be patient enough because you've carried them along through ongoing conversation. You have been able to manage a relationship well. But in a case where you don't have a relationship with them other than it's just transaction, you pay me my money and off you go, then when you're trying to migrate into something new, you leave them in the dark, and they have no choice than to look for the next vendor who can provide the services that you are trying to provide.
Okay, Those are very key points you raised there. Now, I'm quite sure you would, I don't know, what are your thoughts on this innovation in business? Now, but before we talk about innovation now, I'm sure you've noticed that in not just in the hospitals alone, there are some financial organizations that still use papers for customer-facing activities. And in this digital era, we know that there are some issues using papers all the time. It's still, everybody recommends having all that information online. Now, how can companies rely on, how can they upgrade from the use of papers? They shouldn't just be relying on it all the time, to a more digitally savvy software that they can easily store all their data. And then what role does innovation come into play in all of this?
Well, very great question. Innovation brings about progress, brings about time management. Now, in the case of using the manual system, it's just like business, you're still using the physical invoice writing. Now, what happens if it's raining and there's a flood, a case of flood? So it's best to upgrade to something digital. At least from there are some devices that with the smartphone you can actually generate receipts for your customers, just like the way the POS machines. So it's best to digitalize, because the cost, for example, the cost of producing booklets or receipts in January is different from the cost of producing now. So how long are you going to continue to incur such costs when you could actually have a digital solution? You do e-invoicing and you are not bothered about how many papers you are consuming. Now everybody, now you have the email address. So when you move from writing invoices manually to writing printing to digital, creating digital invoice, one, you make it easy and seamless. Then it's easy for you to track at the end of the week, at the end of the month, to check your inflow and your outflow, to say, okay, these so and so invoices have been generated, and you know where there are shortfalls. But sometimes, what if the person who is going to issue out the invoice is not around? And you're also trying to have data integrity in such a way that you are trying to rule out forgery, so that someone else wouldn't forge an invoice. So it's best for businesses to look into digital invoicing, to say, okay, instead of the manual thing and littering your whole business premises with documents that you may not need after a while.
Okay. So we should just, so you are, in your own words, if I'm allowed to say, everybody should do away with the use of papers or any kind of paper system and let everything just be online, if I'm right?
Yes, we should graduate to that, because except we are trying to create another system where all the used invoices, used papers that we have littered in some offices, if they have been digitalized, then they can actually be converted to from waste to something else. They can be actually recycled to produce other things that will help the ecosystem. But if we store some of these papers for too long and there are cases of fire incidences, that becomes a tool for the spread of fire.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, we know that all these ideas are quite good. The way you have put them together, they're actually quite good. And when put into practice, yes, it saves cost. It's actually much smarter. Now, how can organizations maintain a balance between novelty and practicality to ensure that every innovation adds value to the end user?
Well, one thing we must understand is we look at the difference between efficiency and perfection. There is no system that is perfect, but a system that is progressive will actually outlast a system that is trying to perfect strategies. So in a nutshell, what that means is, in as much as we're trying to embrace innovation, we must also, organizations must also train their manpower to meet up with that trend, with the pace at which they're trying to innovate, to ensure that there is no gap. The moment there is it's not that there's not going to be gap. is just to reduce the gap to the barest minimum. Am I answering the question?
Yes, keep going, please.
Okay.
Stop.
So when there is a gap, when they are trying to remember that we are trying to resolve the issue of reducing the gap. We're not trying to say that we can eliminate the gap. The system is progressive. Now, let me give a vivid example. Before now, when we go to school, when you graduate, you have to spend a number of years before you can get your certificate. First, they might issue you the statement of results. But now, with technology, schools are gradually upgrading where the moment you graduate, yes, you get your statement of results, and in a very short while, your original certificate is ready, and of which you can actually view them through the portal. Unlike the traditional method where you need to be submitting files from one office to another office for you to be cleared, things can be done online. So what that means is that while we're encouraging innovation, and we must also remember that human beings will find at different level, will also need some time to be able to adjust to fit into what needs to be done.
Okay, well said. Before we round up the program, now in a few words, can you just tell us how we know our world is ever changing and the business sector is a very competitive industry now? So in a few words, how can Nigeria stay at the same level with other countries of the world so that we can always showcase our tech savvy industry?
Well, it's not a case of Nigeria staying at the same pace.
Or moving ahead.
We can move ahead. And the first thing we need to do is we need to believe in ourselves. The developed countries that we are looking up to believe in themselves, believe in their products. So just like that brand, think Nigeria, brand Nigeria, and focus on Nigeria. We have a lot to offer if we only look inward rather than looking outward. So I'll tell any business out there, keep looking inward and keep improving, keep growing, keep adapting, and you'll become the focus.
Well said. Thank you so much, Wilson Sampson, for sharing your insights into this discussion, how to digitally transform Nigerian businesses and the benefits it will bring to these businesses. It was really great having you on the program Markets Insights. We look forward again to having you in our studios to share more insights into our businesses. Thank you so much, Wilson Sampson.
Pleasure is mine. Thanks for having me.
Okay, now let's look at the money markets this morning, how the selling rates of dollars, pound sterling, and the euros. We're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So for today, Thursday, 31st October, the selling rate for the dollar at the CBN rate is 1,683 naira to $1. At the parallel market, it is 1,750 naira to $1. For the pound sterling, at the CBN rate is 2,217 naira to £1 sterling. At the parallel market, it is 2,270 naira to £1 sterling. For the euro, it is 1,860 naira to €1. That's the CBN rate. And at the parallel market rate, it is 1,860 naira to €1. So the parallel market figure and the CBN rates are also the same thing. That's just for the euro. But for the pound sterling and the dollars, the parallel market figures are higher than the CBN figures. Okay, so those are our money market figures this morning. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights as we discuss with our guest Wilson Sampson, the Chief Growth Strategist, Literal Forge Limited, and he shared a lot of insights into how businesses can really benefit from being digitally transformed and tapping into these emerging technologies that are evolving every day. And like you rightfully said, when we think Nigeria and grow Nigeria, we're definitely going to be faster or way ahead than other countries of the world. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights. Do stay tuned to the news updates on SOUQ News Television. I am your host, Lovina Emma.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might
Good afternoon and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lovina Emma. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Major General Olufemi Olatubosun Oluyede as the acting Chief of Army Staff. Major General Oluyede will be filling in for Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja, who is currently receiving medical treatment abroad. Oluyede brings a wealth of experience to the role, having served as the 56th commander of the elite infantry corps of the Nigerian Army in Jaji, Kaduna. His impressive military career spans over 3 decades with notable positions including platoon commander, company commander, and commandant of the Amphibious Training School. Oluyede has participated in international missions such as ECOMOG mission in Liberia and domestic operations like Operation Hardin Kai in the Northeast. As the acting chief of army staff, Oluyede is well equipped to lead the Nigerian Army, leveraging his extensive experience and achievements. The Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative NEITI has announced a significant milestone in the solid minerals sector, with the federal government earning 1.37 trillion naira in 2023. This revelation came from NEITI's Executive Secretary Orji Ogbonaya Orji during the presentation of the 2022-2023 Solid Minerals Sector Report in Abuja. The report highlights the sector's substantial growth. Let's take a short break now.
Inspire entrepreneurs and fuel progress, covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barry, majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets Infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Good afternoon. Here is the news updates. I am Lavina Emma. Vice President Kashim Shettima is championing the growth of Nigeria's carnival industry, recognizing its potential to drive national unity, cohesion, and youth empowerment. He emphasized this during a meeting with the Abuja International Carnival delegation at the Presidential Villa, highlighting the global carnival market's estimated value of $5 billion as a strategic lever for Nigeria's economic growth. Shettima encouraged the carnival organizers to tap into this market, citing successful international events like Rio de Janeiro's Carnival, which attracts 200 million visitors annually, and the Calabar Carnival, deeply rooted in Efik and Ibibio cultural heritage. The Vice President pledged support for youth-led creative enterprises, acknowledging their potential to drive employment and national cohesion. He urged the Abuja International Carnival delegation to revitalize the event, which once drew larger crowds. To support this growth, the government has invested $618 million in the digital and creative enterprise projects benefiting the carnival sector. Kehinde Adegbite, CEO of Abuja International Carnival, expressed gratitude for Shetima's support and outlined plans to partner with the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy to revive the carnival, promoting unity, youth empowerment and talent discovery. The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, has restored electricity to several northern regions, including Kaduna, Kano, Bauchi, and Gombe states. The restoration follows the completion of repairs on a vandalized transmission line, which had caused a 9-day blackout in the northwest and northeast parts of north-central Nigeria. The TCN spokesperson, Ndidi Mba, confirmed that the bulk power supply has been restored through the 330 kV Ugwaji transmission line, enabling the operationalization of the Apia-Lafia 330 kV transmission line too. The restoration of power supply is a step towards addressing Nigeria's electricity challenges. TCN's efforts demonstrate its commitment to ensuring reliable transmission infrastructure. Ongoing repairs on the second 330 kV transmission line will further enhance power stability in the region. This development is expected to alleviate the reliance on diesel power generators, reducing operational costs for businesses and supporting economic growth. The federal government's intervention, including deploying armed forces to protect engineers, underscores the importance of collaboration in addressing the country's energy needs. The Bank of Japan, BOJ, has decided to keep its short-term interest rates unchanged at 0.25%, aligning with market expectations. This decision was made unanimously by the Policy Board to maintain uncollateralized overnight call rates at around 0.25%. The Bank of Japan also released its forecast for Consumer Price Index and GDP, showing a median core Consumer Price Index forecast of 2.5% for the fiscal 2024, 1.9% for the fiscal 2025, and 1.9% for the fiscal 2026. The Japanese yen has posted modest gains following the Bank of Japan's interest rate decision, with the US dollar to Japanese yen pair losing at 0.06% and trading near 153.32. Analysts expect the Bank of Japan to maintain its cautious stance, considering Japan's inflationary trends and the depreciation of the yen and ongoing political uncertainty. The central bank's updated projections for inflation and economic growth will be crucial in determining future rate increases. With the potential for further rate hikes, the Japanese yen may face volatility, but a solid comeback is possible if the Bank of Japan signals another rate hike in December. India's tax authorities have launched an initiative to ensure compliance with foreign asset disclosure regulations. The Foreign Asset Investigation Unit, FAIU, has issued around 100 notices to Indian passport holders with allegedly undeclared properties in Dubai, seeking confirmation on the source of funds used for these purchases. This move follows the sharing of information by the United Arab Emirates authorities on property ownership by Indians who have spent less than 90 days in the country. The tax department aims to verify whether tax money was used for these purchases and if they were properly disclosed in income tax returns. This initiative promotes transparency and adherence to tax laws. Experts also note that individuals who can demonstrate legitimate sources of funds may avoid penalties under the Black Money Act. The development also highlights the importance of understanding regulations surrounding overseas investments, particularly under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, LRS. Silver prices have extended their losses for the second consecutive day, trading at $33.60 during Asian hours on Thursday. However, the downward trend may be short-lived as investors seek safe haven assets amid U.S. election uncertainties and geopolitical tensions. The November 5th U.S. presidential election is shaping up to be a nail-biter, with former President Donald Trump trailing Democratic candidate Kamala Harris by just
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and
my
likewise,
brother.
likewise. I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yes. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not it. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined. and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't, they don't...
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the media is, the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what someone is not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course,
check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here, and then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House
so-
Entertainment.
so-
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content?
Well,
because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, we're called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that, but it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue, and you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before.
Okay. So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver De Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Mini Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. So people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, you know. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efe Omorogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
squashed. When there was
we had that, but they didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
that? I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said at the meeting?
Give me credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. Until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost. That guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja, I was not approached in Lagos, I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip-hop world made them check my profile, say me better than you, let them got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy, Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see it's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then he came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, oh Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said this guy don't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring Faze into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something, something. VIA.
Yes, yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win Faze.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when Faze was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faze sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it up and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed
in
to take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as he said.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula balu.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Some that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Home.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So, I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was...
Tijo?
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, I Take It Home.
But I think I couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing.
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screen.
I'm
They
talking
still use all those old
the
phones,
phones
and
are
we were ahead of
phones,
them.
but I'm talking about
The network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge before they can pass it to the rest of the people. The harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
Positive information,
good information,
yes,
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great
the
job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30, 35 years in the biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go to
in the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jigs-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the
Good
show.
morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Orlando Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood. So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. Well, I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental, because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. When I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children, because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s, and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, She worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to different artists. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, "Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something." And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind, you know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, "Oh, we have to do it," and he'd roll his eyes, "Oh, do we have to?" Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talking about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, "Oh, come to this. It's called the Green Charity." I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, "Oh, hello, what are you here for?" And I said, "Oh, I'm just visiting from London." And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans, and the way she, you know, took the time to say, "Oh, hello," and "Oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from?" You know, and I thought that was really nice, and we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, "Could you go and find the publicist?" And I had to say, I am the publicist. and they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, you know, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So, for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, oh, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food. Why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see lots of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food," you know.
Funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, you know, people are like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, you know, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, you know, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be better.
Definitely.
as a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because, like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won a Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline. Lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well. And do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for
Definitely.
people of color.
Yes.
And make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of
Amen.
George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and the United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafamo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kyrie Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Corn Oil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody. But through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's angry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will it now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So, that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the path of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited, The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Xenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Xenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired
With the election for the third term of Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India, he has cemented his status as the most important figure in India since Nehru. The electoral success of this tea seller's son reflects his political skill, the potency of his Hindu nationalist ideology, and his erosion of democratic institutions. But it also reflects a sense among ordinary voters and elites that he is bringing prosperity and power to India. Mr. Modi's India is an experiment in how to get richer and achieve the globalization under a strong and formidable leadership. Whether it can grow fast and avoid unrest over the next 10 to 20 years will shape the fate of India's 1.4 billion people and the world economy. In today's news talk, I will be examining the factors that make India a rising economic power with the potential of becoming bigger, more expansive in the global space. I am Bayo Olaoye. As this special report explains, Mr. Modi's formula is working up to a point. But there are questions over whether India's success can last and whether it depends on him remaining in power. India, the world's fastest growing big country, is expanding at an annual rate of 6.7%. New data show private sector confidence at its highest since 2010. Already the fifth largest economy, it's been ranked by 2027 after the United States of America and China. India's clout is showing up in many ways. American firms have 1.5 million staff in India, more than in any other country. Its stock market is the world's fourth most valuable, while the aviation market ranks third. India's purchases of Russian oil move global prices, meaning that rising wealth gives potential heft. If you are looking for the next China, a manufacturing-led miracle, it is India. The country is developing at a time of stagnating goods trade and factory automation. It therefore needs to pioneer a new model for growth. One pillar of this is similar. A massive program of infrastructure knits together a vast single market. India has 149 airports, double the number a decade ago, and is adding 10,000 kilometers and 15 GW of solar energy capacity a year. Some of this infrastructure is intangible, including digital payments, modern capital markets and banks, and a unified digital tax system. All these allow companies to exploit national economics on scale. A second, more novel pillar is services exports, which have reached 10% of gross domestic product. Global trade in services is still growing, and India IT firms have marketed global capabilities centers, hubs, that sell to multinationals, research and development systems and services such as law and accounting. Yet, despite its sleek tech campuses, India is still a semi-rural society. That explains the economic model's final pillar, a new type of welfare system in which hundreds of millions of poor Indians receive digital transfer payments. New data suggests that majority of the population live with less than $2.5 a day in 2017, while poverty has fallen below 5% from 12% in 2011. How much credit does Mr. Modi deserve? His most successful policy draw on the labeled agenda that emerged in India in the 1990s and 2000s, when really there is nothing wrong with that. He deserves credit for forcing through stalled reforms, personally overseeing key decisions, and browbeating laggards and opponents in the bureaucracy. Some journalists say he has fostered crony capitalism. Yet, although some big firms get favors, concentration in business is falling. Corruption has reduced drastically, and business boasts a rich diversity. Across between a chief executive officer, CEO, and a populist, Mr. Modi relishes PowerPoint presentations as much as rallies. His victory and re-election for 5 more years means that India will continue to grow strongly. So will its middle class. 60 million people earn over $10,000 a year by 2027. By 2027, 100 million people will earn the same amount. This according to Goldman Sachs, a bank that now has 20% of its staff in India. Yet, India faces a daunting problem. Out of working age population of 1 billion people, million people or so have formal jobs. Most of the rest are stuck in casual work or joblessness. Mr. Modi's humble beginnings help him speak to these people. To absorb some of this as spare labor, Modi is using a state-run incentive scheme to promote manufacturing. But even if the scheme hits its targets, it will create 7 million jobs. India's economy must generate employment to sustain its growth. One path will be an even bigger IT sector, acting as a hub for a digitalizing world, cluster for export industries, including digital finance, food, and defense. Spending by workers in these industries will in turn create more jobs in other sectors, from construction to hotels. An efficient single domestic market brings overall productivity, and well-targeted welfare program will help those who fall behind. For this, India will have to transform education and agriculture and enable much more migration from the populous north to the big southern and western cities. At 73, can we say that Narendra Modi is India's Lee Kuan Yew or Turkey's Erdogan? Time will tell. I am Bayo Olawiye.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Good afternoon, it's News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the major headlines. Thank you for joining us. Now to the news in details. The Nigerian government, through its National Sugar Development Council, NSDC, has issued a call to local and international investors highlighting the lucrative prospect within the country's sugar sector, as well as the broader $7 billion African export market. The Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Sugar Development Council, Kamal Kabri, emphasized that Nigeria's annual sugar demand is around 2 million metric tons, placing the local market value at approximately $2 billion. To support investments, the government has implemented favorable legislation and incentive frameworks aligning with the National Sugar Development Council's backward integration plan to encourage local production. Looking forward, the Council has declared 2025 as the year of acceleration for Nigeria's sugar sector, committing to raising funds and enhancing local production capabilities by increasing training, developing local sugar varieties, and driving industry best practices. This ambitious push underscores the government's commitment to transform Nigeria into a major player in Africa's sugar market, driving economic growth and job creation across the sector. The Group Chief Executive Officer of SOUQ Pulse, Owen Omojiafo, has revealed that the company is set to support Nigeria's electricity supply with an additional 150 megawatts of power. SOUQ Pulse has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Rural Electrification Agency to generate more power through renewable energy sources. This move aligns with Transcorp's focus on increasing energy availability through strategic investments and partnership. Omojiafo highlighted the company's commitment to bridging Nigeria's energy gap, emphasizing the potential for growth. Despite current gap supply challenges, Transcorp's Afam power plant in Rivers State is poised to maximize its 301 megawatts capacity. The company's efforts underscores the importance of integrated gas-to-power strategies to unlock Africa's energy potential. With this development, SOUQ Pulse is taking a significant step forward, enhancing Nigeria's energy landscape and promoting economic growth. Moving on, the Nigerian Governors Forum convened with the National Council of Traditional Rulers in Abuja to explore the constitutional involvement of traditional leaders in governance. The meeting held at the State House Conference Center was led by Ogun State Governor Dakpo Abiodun and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, who will head a newly established committee. Governor Abiodun emphasized the need for traditional rulers to play a vital role in enhancing security and governance, citing their unique connection to local communities. During discussions, the Etso of Nupe, Yahaya Abubakar, provided insight into a proposed bill currently before the National Assembly that aims to define the role of traditional rulers and ensure their financial backing. The meeting marked a historic collaboration, with both sides expressing gratitude for the opportunity to address pressing issues affecting governance, peace and security in Nigeria. The Security and Exchange Commission (SEC) has announced plans to broaden the capacity and capital market education curriculum in Nigerian universities. The Commission's Director General, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, shared that the expansion will include new subjects such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and financial technology. He shared this during the inauguration of a committee to review the curriculum and securities and investment management. The approved curriculum by the National Universities Commission aims to enhance students' understanding of modern market development. Led by a professor of Nasarawa State University, Uche Uwaleke, the committee will focus on topics like non-interest capital markets and commodities ecosystem, sustainable finances, and an updated approach to cybersecurity education. Agama emphasized the importance of capital market literacy in Nigeria, highlighting the Securities and Exchange Commission Committee to fostering knowledge that will position the Nigerian capital market as a leader globally. Nigeria's new school curriculum aims to equip students with essential blue-collar skills, enabling them to work immediately after school and adapt to a modern economy. Education experts say this curriculum, set to launch in January 2025, will introduce 15 practical trades, including plumbing, tiling, event management, confectionery, and solar installation. By emphasizing blue-collar and technical skills, the initiative aims to address rising unemployment, support economic independence, and ultimately turn students into potential job creators. Earlier this year, the federal government announced this significant change, aiming to boost the employability of young people across Nigeria by introducing practical and technical education into primary and junior secondary schools. This development is part of the government's effort to reduce the country's unemployment rate, which the National Bureau of Statistics reports as 5.3% as of the fourth quarter of 2024. With this initiative, the Nigerian government is working to empower a new generation to meet the demands of a dynamic job market, potentially creating a ripple effect on the economy and driving the country towards a more sustainable future. Speaking on AI, a tech expert, Oluseyi Akindende, has called on policymakers in the country to change their mindset towards artificial intelligence as a tool for growth and progress. Akindende argued that AI did not have prejudices and biases like human beings and could work around the clock with reliable perfection, pointing out that it helped in tasks that human beings find difficult to do. The tech expert advised government to create awareness and promote the education of the people to seek the positive aspects in order to fast-track development. Akindende, who was a guest on SOUQ News' flagship program, Early Exchange Today, was of the view that over-regulation stifles creativity. He advised government to redesign the country's education system, particularly tertiary education, with the introduction of AI in the curriculum. The tech expert stressed that policymakers must understand the specific use of AI and its taxonomy to appreciate and benefit so the country could move forward in several aspects. Moving on, the National Agency for Science and Technology Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, has partnered with Emos Technology Limited to roll out made-in-Nigeria laptops and tablets for use by Nigerians. The 14-inch laptop and 10.5-inch tablets are manufactured in the NASENI brand name. This move aims with the agency's mission to drive industrialization, local content, and to promote job creation in full fulfillment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which emphasized local content development and cooperation among economic players to revamp the economy. The NASENI Xenon X Pro laptops comes with a Core 15 processor and 14-inch power, portability and practicability making it an attractive choice for a wide range of users, including students, professionals, or anyone who needs a reliable laptop or tablet on the go. Similarly, the 10.5-inch tablets strike a balance between portability and functionality, making it an ideal for various use cases like document editing, drawing, video streaming, and gambling. The Chief Executive Officer of Naseni, Khalil Suleiman Halibat, states that the partnership was a strategic move which aligned with the agency's 3C's principles of collaboration, creation, and commercialization to work with other months. In Rivers, the state government has appealed at Federal High Court judgment restraining the Central Bank of Nigeria from releasing allocations to the state from the Federation's account. The judgment delivered by Justice Joyce Abdul Malik deemed Governor Siminalayi Fubara's presentation of the 2024 budget to a 4-member House of Assembly as unconstitutional. However, the state government remains optimistic, citing pointers that suggest the appeal court will overturn the judgment. The development follows a long-standing dispute between Fubara and the Martin Amaewele-led State House of Assembly, loyal to Minister Nyesom Wike. The appeal court had earlier nullified the 4-member House of Assembly, upholding the Amaewele-led faction as legitimate. The judgment has sparked reactions from various stakeholders, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who expressed concerns about the judiciary's role in fostering political crisis. Despite the controversy, the Rivers State government assured that it will continue to provide essential services, emphasizing that the judgment will not disrupt governance. Civil society organizations have weighed in, with some criticizing the judgment as an attempt to undermine democracy, while others see it as a necessary check on Fubara's actions. The case highlights the complex interplay between politics, judiciary, and governance in Nigeria. Away from that, the Women Initiative Network wing of Coronation Group recently held awareness fair and breast cancer awareness campaign across its locations in Nigeria. The event, part of Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, provided free health checks for all employees and vital breast cancer screenings for female staff, reflecting the company's commitment to employee health and gender equality. This year's campaign theme, set by the World Health Organization (WHO), was "No one should face breast cancer alone." In line with this, the event featured a hybrid educational session led by Azza Mansard titled Understanding Breast Cancer, Prevention and Early Detection. Dr. Iyanoluwa Oni emphasized the importance of early detection in reducing breast cancer mortality, particularly in resource-limited settings, noting that early screenings are crucial to saving lives, as this remains the most common cancer worldwide. The Coronation Win Initiative reaffirms the company's commitment to supporting health, wellness, and gender equality, all part of its larger goal for a sustainable future. Moving away from Nigeria, we now bring you stories making headlines still within Africa continent. Please stay with us. South Africa's government has revised its budget projections, forecast higher deficits over the next 3 years, despite signs of economic growth due to improved electricity supply. In its latest budget review, the National Treasury estimated a 5.0% budget deficit for the fiscal year ending March 2025, an increase from the previously expected 4.5%. For the following fiscal year, the deficit is projected at 4.3% of GDP, up from 3.7%. The South African rand weakened following the announcement, with reduced revenues from fuel and import taxes adding pressure to the budget. Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana highlighted the need for tough budget decisions, especially with limited economic growth expected in the near term. National debt is anticipated to stabilize at 75.5% of GDP by 2025-2026. Economic growth for 2024 is forecasted at 1.1%, slightly lower than earlier predictions. But the Treasury expects growth to rise to 1.7% by 2025, boosted by reduced power outages and a focus on infrastructure development. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has approved a $6.606 billion loan for Kenya aimed at bolstering the country's economy amid ongoing fiscal challenges. This funding, part of Kenya's extended credit arrangement with the IMF, will provide critical support to the government's fiscal and monetary policies aimed at stabilizing the economy and addressing rising debt levels. The loan comes as Kenya continues to grapple with inflation and currency depreciation, which has strained public finances. The IMF emphasized that Kenya must continue structural reforms to ensure fiscal stability and economic growth. This latest tranche brings the total IMF support for Kenya to over $2 billion since 2021, underscoring the fund's commitment to supporting Kenya's economic resilience and sustainable growth. Before we move to the Middle East, let's take a look at this report commemorating World Saving Day. The need to create awareness about developing a culture of saving has been brought to the front burner. The World Saving Day, celebrated on October 31 of every year, reminds us of the importance of financial literacy and saving for the rainy day. In this report, we look at how to save a little out of a regular income.
The need to create awareness about developing a culture of saving has been brought to the front burner. The World Saving Day, celebrated on October 31st of every year, reminds us of the importance of financial literacy and saving for the rainy day. In this report, we look to how to save a little out of our regular income. Has saving for the rainy day ever been easy? Many private and public workers find saving difficult, not because they do not want to save, but because they either do not have enough to save, or they have not found the right strategy for saving that works for them. Working for 30 days a month, workers look forward to receiving their pay. As the saying goes, a worker is deserving of his wages. Sadly, when salary comes, there are too many expenses to be taken care of. That most times that there is often nothing to be saved. World Thrift Day, also known as World Savings Day, is a global celebration carried out on October 31st of every year. It is dedicated to creating awareness about developing a responsible saving culture while showcasing the value of saving money and financial security.
I don't really save right now. I don't know, because I'm just trying to survive, basically. Really, do you know the price of rice? Like, I can't save even Gary. So basically, I'm literally earning to it, kind of. So yeah, saving. Let me save my life first.
I know at every certain time I must have this going to savings, but the rise in cost of living in Nigeria, it's kind of hard for really to save, because everything is expensive, so people just manage to get by. But I encourage everyone to save in spite of your meager income. Try to put something away for the rainy day.
I try to take a portion from my savings. I put it away from my income as savings. I put it away as savings. so that I will always have something to fall back on in case of exigencies. So in that way, I cannot really say how much I put away per time, but I do put away money every time I get something, every time I get a major income, but not, of course, not the regular ones that just come in between.
The World Savings Day celebration began in the year 1924 during the First International Savings Bank Congress in Milan, Italy. Considering the progress and resolutions at the first 5th Congress, it was declared that this day will be devoted to savings around the world. Saving banks promote the effort of saving, gaining support from other institutions like schools, cultural, sports, and professional associations across the world. This means that every kobo, every penny, every shilling, and every cent counts.
For me, I think monthly is more convenient. The fact that apart from being an investor, I'm also a salary earner. So monthly is easier, what you call your contribution. So we'll do that. But what's more important is you do what works for you, whether monthly, whether weekly or daily. It will depend on what you do. There are people who earn their income or revenue daily, some weekly. So it's important you ensure you do what works for you. But for me, monthly is okay. But what's more important is you have a saving culture.
I try to plan, so based on projects that I have to attend to, that determines what I save. But on a steady basis, I have a percentage of my income that I save, but that could increase. So there's a threshold that it can't fall below.
I save money monthly. Let's say if I get paid 100,000 naira a month, I should be able to save 50,000 naira from the 100k.
The economic situation in the country has made it almost impossible for anyone that wants to save to do so, while making it easy for those who did not want to abstain. This year's World Savings Day has themed importance of financial literacy among children. This theme emphasizes the significance of creating a culture of saving and financial literacy among the children of the world. The habit of saving comes in as a shield to guard against income depreciation, no matter how little or more than is saved. This day reminds us that every bit of saving counts.
Thank you, Chike, for that report. I'm also lending my voice. Let's all imbibe the act of savings. All right, so it's now time to shift our attention to stories trending in the Middle East right after now. The Sharjah National Oil Corporation SNOC is gearing up to make a significant impact at the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference ADIPEC 2024, making its 8th consecutive participation. This event, to be held from November 4 to 7 at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center, will bring together global energy leaders to explore the sector's potential in driving economic transformation and sustainable growth. At the conference, Sharjah National Oil Corporation will showcase its latest advancements in oil and gas exploration, highlighting its strategic contributions to regional energy security and commitment to environmental preservation. The corporation aims to forge new partnerships, share innovative developments, and reinforce its dedication to sustainability and innovation. Sharjah National Oil Corporation's Executive Director, His Excellency Hatem Al Musa, expressed pride in participating in ADIPEC, emphasizing its importance as a platform for the oil corporation's growing regional influence. Away from that, the International Monetary Fund on Thursday announced that growth in the Middle East and North African region is expected to rise to 4% next year. This increase will depend on the ending of oil production cuts and a decrease in geopolitical problems, including ongoing conflicts. According to the latest regional economic outlook, the growth rate for the regions is predicted to be slow at 2.1% in 2024, which is lower than earlier estimated. The International Monetary Fund has lowered its growth forecast for the region by 0.6% because of the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict and extended voluntary oil production cuts by OPEC+. The International Monetary Fund Director for the Middle East and Central Asia, Jihad Azor, pointed out that while inflation is slowly coming under control, averaging the 3% target rate in 2024, there are significant differences across the region. Countries that export oil are expected to do better, supported by strong growth in sectors other than oil. In contrast, countries that import oil are more at risk due to conflicts and high financing needs. The International Monetary Fund also mentioned that it has approved $13.4 billion in new funding for Middle Eastern and Central Asian countries since January 2024, helping programs in Egypt, Jordan, and Pakistan. Shifting to the other parts of the world, will bring you more stories making headlines after this break. Please stay with us. The United Kingdom's Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship Limbe arrived in Lagos, Nigeria on Wednesday. This visit is part of the UK-led tour across West Africa aimed at improving safety in the region's water. The stop in Lagos is part of the UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership renewed this year to address shared security concerns. During the visit, the crew of the Royal Fleet's Auxiliary Limbe will work with the Nigerian Navy in training exercises to boost skills in maritime operations and teamwork. The United Kingdom's Royal Marines on board will also lead practice drills with Nigerian forces focusing on search and boarding techniques. This aims to build Nigeria's ability to handle threats in its waters. The ship will also host Nigerian leaders and provide tours to show its capabilities. After Lagos, Royal Fleet Auxiliary Limbe will join a larger security exercise called Grand African Nemo, taking place off Nigeria's coast with naval forces from Spain, France, Portugal, Italy, and Nigeria. UK Deputy Defense Advisor Commander Jonathan Howe said the partnership is important for tackling issues like piracy in the region. Captain James Wingrove of Royal Fleet Auxiliary Limbe called the visit an opportunity to build strong ties and improve skills through teamwork and Nigerian forces. Moving ahead, Brazilian aerospace company Embraer has signed a preliminary agreement with Morocco to invest in the country's civilian and defense aerospace industry. The deal signed at the Marrakesh Air Show includes plans to establish a maintenance, repair and overhaul MRO facility. This development is expected to strengthen Embraer's position in the Northern African market, potentially increasing its chances to secure a plane purchase tender from Royal Air Maroc, RAM, which aims to expand its fleet to 200 aircraft over the next 14 years. Morocco has positioned itself as a hub for aerospace manufacturing with 147 industries plants already producing components for global companies like Boeing and Airbus. Encouraging investment from aerospace suppliers has been part of Morocco's broader strategy to diversify its industrial base, replicating its success in the automotive sector. The country's aerospace exports reached $2.2 billion last year, and recent agreements such as the $141 million MRO plant by saffrons are set to bolster Morocco's role in the global supply chain. In another development, Shell posted a $6 billion profit for the third quarter, exceeding expectations due to strong liquefied natural gas (LNG) sales that offset a downturn in refining and trading. This 12% forecast beat was fueled by a 13% rise in LNG profits, Shell's largest division, while its refining and chemical profits fell nearly 70% due to global drops in refining margins and a 17% decline in oil prices. The company plans to repurchase $3.5 billion in shares in the coming month and maintained its quarterly dividend at 34 cents per share. Under CEO Will Shawan, Shell has also reduced its debt to its lowest since 2015 at $35 billion, while operational cash flow grew to $14.7 billion this quarter. With continued cost cutting and scaling back of renewable and hydrogen ventures, Shell's focus remains on high-profit sectors including oil, gas, and biofuels, as part of its ongoing strategy to boost overall performance through 2025. Google India is adding a modern twist to Diwali celebrations with an innovative quick response code-themed Rangoli design, encouraging people to send their shagun money through colorful patterns. This unique initiative is quickly gaining popularity on social media, blending technology with traditional festivities. Also, Google India has launched other Diwali-themed content, allowing users to experience the festival virtually with interactive elements like oil lamps, Rangoli designs, and sweets by typing Diwali Rangoli or Diwali sweets into the search engine. Users can explore festive designs and treats. As the Diwali celebration continues, Google India's inventive approach is modernizing traditions and enhancing the festive spirit in a digital age. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, announced a 19% revenue increase in the third quarter of 2024, reaching $40.6 billion. The growth attributed to advancement in artificial intelligence and higher advertising rates marked one of Meta's top performance this year, with advertisement impressions rising 7% and advertisement prices increasing 11%. Meta's revenue exceeded last year's $34.1 billion. Chief Executive Officer Mark Zuckerberg credited the success to AI-driven developments, including Meta AI, Llama, and new smart glasses. Meta also reported a rise in operating income to $17.4 billion, up from $13.7 billion last year, resulting in a 43% operating margin. Net income climbed to $15.7 billion, while earnings per share reached $6.03, up from $4.39. Daily active users of Meta's applications Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp reached 3.29 billion in September, marking a 5% increase from the previous year. As AI investments continue, operating costs rose 14% to $23.2 billion, largely driven by infrastructure spending. The workforce expanded 9% year-on-year, totaling 72,404 employees. Meta's four-quarter revenue projections range between $45 to $48 billion as the company anticipates continued expense growth in 2024 and beyond, with capital expenditures predicted to reach $38 to $40 billion this year. And for the first time, Chinese electric vehicle EV manufacturer BYD has outpaced Tesla in quarterly revenue, posting a 24% increase to reach 201.1 billion yuan, approximately $28.24 billion for the July-September period. The company's net profit rose by 11.5% to 11.6 billion yuan, which is $1.63 billion boosted by strong domestic sales driven by government trade in incentives for greener cars. BYD saw recorded-breaking sales in September and continued its upward momentum through the third quarter. These achievements reflect a rise in China's EV and plug-in hybrid sales, with BYD's model making up over one-third of this market. Support from governments, trade incentives, which offer subsidies for replacing old vehicles with greener ones, has contributed significantly to BYD's growth. While Tesla still leads in global EV sales, BYD's focus on plug-in hybrid vehicles has driven a 75.6% rise in hybrid sales, reaching 685,830 units for the quarter. However, its pure EV sales growth slowed, increasing by only 2.7% to 443,426 units. BYD's domestic market remains key, with over 90% of its sales in China. Nonetheless, the company is expanding internationally, selling 94,477 vehicles overseas in the third quarter, a 32.6% increase year-on-year, as it pushes into European markets despite rising tariffs. Now it's time for sports news. Please stay. We'll bring you the rest of the story after this break. Wrapping up with sports, Edo Queens FC striker Ijamilusi Folashade made a stunning debut for the Super Falcons, scoring a hat-trick in their 5-1 friendly victory against Algeria at Mobolaji Johnson Arena. Folashade's impressive performance, which included 2 goals within 8 minutes, left her club and fans ecstatic. Her goals came in 12th and 21st minutes, showcasing her clinical finishing skills. Folashade revealed that team captain Rashidat Ajibade's tactical advice played a crucial role in her hat-trick. Ajibade instructed Folashade to capitalize on the space created by the Algerians' focus on her. The strategy paid off as Folashade sealed her hat-trick in the second half. Gift Monday also contributed to the Super Falcons win with a powerful header in added time of the fourth period. The Super Falcons' convincing victory demonstrates their growing strength and cohesion. Folashade's impressive debut and the team's overall performance underscores their potentials for success in future competitions. With this win, the Super Falcons continue to build momentum, and Folashade's emergence as a goal-scoring threat adds depth to their attacking lineups. And that's all we have got for you on News Hour. Just stay tuned for more interesting programs. It's SOUQ Sports. SOUQ Pulse, I beg your pardon, right after this break. I am Grace Komolafe. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. I mean, when you look at live streaming, you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? I mean, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am going to stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we we are The Gamehers. That's TheGamehers on all socials and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app. And it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people, find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors and a big partner. Also, I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Ibafon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visafone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 10.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. And we'll tell you this, it doesn't matter the divide you're on, it doesn't matter the business you do, it doesn't matter your nation, it doesn't matter the color of your skin, though that matters to you. But here we talk, and we tell you the same thing, don't keep quiet. For when we talk, we seek solutions. We may not find it, but we keep talking, and businesses grow. Because when you can provide solutions, then you are paid for something. You come to the market not just to buy, but also to sell. So Africa rising. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. Today we will dwell on something most times people don't talk about it, or they just let it fly over the heads of those that are concerned. But to the shame of all of us, because if we don't understand it, they really are the majority. So we'll go there. We'll take a very short break. When we return, I will introduce my guest and what we are talking about today. So, hey, go get your neighbors, your friends, It's time for SOUQ Pulse, and we are about to talk. We'll be back after this short break.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. You know already, this is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. So today we are looking at young people. Yes, you heard me right. Young people in Africa. And we are asking these direct questions. What exactly are our priorities for them, their priorities, and the opportunities out there for them? Somebody will be opening the eyes or trying to screw up some knots in the brain and asking questions. Who exactly is young? Is it the guy that is the political leader that is above 60 heading to 70 and they say he's a youth leader of a political organization? Or is it the guy that is a community leader somewhere? Nah. For those that are not aware, 70% of Nigerians are under 30. Let that sink. So should we keep taking them for granted? So let's talk about what exactly are their priorities. What is ours? What is the nation's priority for the youth? What are the opportunities out there for them? What opportunities are they looking forward to? What exactly is in the mind of the young people now? Now, I have several people that will be crossing this particular program for today, and we will talk. We just let them open up and let's feel their pulse. If you don't understand, if we say productivity, then these are the set of people we should hold down and move and grind the engine of productivity in Africa. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to start the talk for the first half, join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for the first time, Godson. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good.
It's a pleasure.
Good. I also have Ebuka. You are also welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you. Now, for those wondering, they are core members and they just finished service. I guess you'll be passing out on
Thursday. That's Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, good. Now, let's start this way. How has your stay been, your last almost a year in service? That's the National Youth Service
Corps.
Good.
I would say it has been challenging. It's another step because we as youth, most of us left our parents' home just to like get new experience about like just.
When you were going to school, you left your parents' home too?
Yeah, we left our parents' home, but not the way we are like right now. We left on our own to fend. Some of us left to fend for ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just like pick things like little what's called attributes on how to live, how life really is, to have a taste or to have like a little pinch of how the real world is. Yeah, so that was just literally what we actually had to feel as youths, and yeah.
Okay. To you, Ebuka, the last 1 year, okay, almost a year.
Yeah,
I guess you must have been earning some stipends, be it from
year.
NYSC or from where you are doing your primary assignment.
Okay.
Do you see that like preparing you for a salary job, or see that as, okay, good, I might start something, or I might get more learning, or I might get more skill?
Yeah, definitely. I will even thank the person that initiated that NYSC, because it's a very good opportunity for people to maybe leave their comfort zone and then try and be independent.
For a few people,
for people that felt like, you know, they are old enough to fend for themselves, this is like a very big opportunity for you to know how it feels out there, Because when you are in the comfort of your home, you don't even know.
So
what
through
is
this period, you've not been getting support from. You know what I'm talking about.
It will not be the same support you get as a student. Now you are no longer a student, you are a core member and you are working, you are receiving salary. So you don't expect them to fend for you the way they've been doing.
Are you receiving salary or stipend?
They call it salary, so
they call it salary. Okay, now let's get into this discussion. How integral do you see young people in development of a nation, of your city, of Lagos, of this town, of where you're working, of Africa? How do you see young people? Are they really part of the development process of Africa? You can now break it down to your own locality.
Okay, I would say young people are doing very well in tech and all that. You know, they are majorly in tech and other innovative stuff, you understand? So I would say that youth have a lot to contribute to the society. But most times we are not given that leverage, that opportunity. People, they still look at us as if we are maybe...
Who is they? Who is us? Can we break that down? They look at... So who is the they and who is the us?
I mean, let me say the government. You understand?
The government.
Yes. I think they have not given us that opportunity, like, to showcase everything that we have.
Which government exactly? Godson, from what he is saying, do you share the same views like him?
I would say let's say I partially agree with him because during the course of, let's use youth service as a platform, because the platform whereby the government made, and we use that to, let's say, get little experiences about, like, okay, yes, about this particular job, and majorly our field of study, because most of us that are being posted to companies are being posted to, okay, yes, most definitely, I studied mass communication, and I'm posted to a media firm, whereby I get more knowledge about mass com. So,
did you study mass com because that is what you wanted to study?
Yes,
that is what JAM or...
No. I studied mass com because I wanted to be a journalist, to communicate to others. Disseminating information is something that I know that, okay, yes, without, you need to, like, you need information to be, like, enlightened about something.
Now that you're working in a media firm,
yeah.
So how do you think or see your contribution to development?
I would say, in terms of my contribution to the society, I would say to the society at large, because what I majorly do at my primary place of assignment is broadcasting whatever goes on air and stuff like that. Gave me like an edge because I didn't come into that particular organization with that. So, like, it gave me an edge. Okay, yes, broadcast the information that we do, like the things we broadcast in that particular media house, to share the good news to people. Okay, yes, this is what we do, this is how we do things over here and stuff like that. So I would say, okay, yes, we've enlightened people, like, in a very, very good manner.
Do you see young people playing an integral part in moving Nigeria forward?
Obviously, yes, because in terms... Are they? Yes, because, like, right now, I won't say yes, because most of the youths that we have now...
When you say most of the youth, like, the next question I'll ask you, how many do you know? If we say Nigeria is 200 and something million, and we say 70% of 30, do you know what that looks like?
Yeah.
That's well over, like, roughly 140 million.
Almost.
Now, if we say 140 million, let's now say less than 15 should be like 40%. So let's say give and take, that's about over 70 million people. So how many do you know? So you see where the generation issue comes in?
Yeah. So that was...
Let's come to the issue of skill acquisition.
Okay.
Now, the issue of certification is good, but there is a lot of hitting heads going after certification. I am holding a BSc. I am holding a HND. I have an NCE. I have a master's. Everybody has a paper qualification. What about skill? Are you still interested in skills? Skill acquisition. Got it.
Yeah, Ebuka, sorry.
Ebuka, thank you very much.
Yeah, there are so many online courses you can do now. Not basically the artisan or the one you do physically to acquire skill. Well, that one is still okay. You understand? If someone that you are internet inclined, there are so many courses you can take online to equip yourself.
Are you taking those advantages?
Yes, we're taking those advantages.
I'm not talking about you. Do you see people of your generation taking that advantage?
So that was why I was saying that we are not giving that opportunity, because I was trying to
opportunity to take advantage.
Yeah, I was trying to explain something, because you know, one election period is always the youth. You will not see youth running for the election, but they are the ones conducting. They are not giving that, you know, that opportunity to even like run. You understand? But you see them use them for other things. You know what I mean?
Auxiliary staff.
Yes, yes, stuff like that. So they are not giving.
But they also want to go make money as part-time staff. Okay, we'll go on a very short break because Ebuka needs to really get his thoughts together and dap his face. It looks like he's on the hot seat. But these are young men that have spent some good time and have acquired some good knowledge and want to get that off them and see how we can translate this to the larger society. Don't go anywhere. We'll go on a very short break and we'll be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of.
Welcome back. This is your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at the younger generation, youth to be precise, and we are asking ourselves, hey, what are the priorities? Are they getting it right? What are the opportunities open to them? And we talk. I have Godson and I have Ebuka, and they are here with me, and we are talking. Before we left, we're looking at skills acquisition. For most people, that's, I won't call it craze, but that is more what it is. That craze for bearing a certificate is just out there, and you're bearing a certificate and you don't have some good skills to back it up. And that's an issue. We need to really look at that. Whether it's artisanal skills, whether it's the ones you acquire via the net, skills. Once you have it, you have it. I don't know if you understand. It's just like a plumber. Is a well-paid job. You're smiling, right? Coding, also a well-paid job. People look down on anybody that steps out and you have a uniform and the uniform gets dirty. But you'll be sure that they make way more money than a bank manager. Those that repair your cars. That's a job most people don't really understand. The farmer. So do you see your generation getting into these spaces? Let me start with you. Is that a smile or a mug?
Okay, I would say with the level of understanding that I have of like the Gen Z, let me put that in brackets. I doubt if we would want to like get as dirty. No one, even to be a teacher.
Why? Because it has not been glamorized around here.
Not even glamorized. Nobody wants to like, in our generation, nobody wants to suffer. Everybody wants quick money.
Quick
money.
Now hold on to your thoughts. Do you share that thought with him?
Yes.
Okay. You share the same thought?
Yeah.
Okay, now hold on to that thought. Now for those out there, quick money, is that the driver really? Now let's look at this. Is the weight of responsibility, societal weight of responsibility heavy on your generation?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Why?
Because this period, people make comparisons. They see your counterparts.
Comparison has always been there, right?
Yeah,
From the days
that's
of
what I'm saying.
Adam.
But it's prevalent now because people are on internet. They see what other people are doing.
Good.
You understand?
Who is putting who on pressure?
I think the internet.
Okay.
Internet is just shaping people's mind these days. People don't even think on their own, except they see something. You can bear witness. Most people follow what they see. So when we are talking about quick money, most people see people claim that they are riding cars. They don't even know what they are doing behind, but they will not show what they are doing. So that's the internet shaping the policies of our young generations now.
So that's where the major side of the pressure is coming from.
Yes.
From what they see on social media.
Yes.
But on the other side of it, the social media is majorly a tool for finance, a tool to push business, a tool to create content and harvest profit. And younger people are also playing in that particular field a whole lot. Why don't that pressure turn to business?
But some of those contents that are being posted online, like he said, they influence the mind of people. Like, now I don't want to use most definitely per se. You see someone driving let's call it a Chevrolet, because most of people like the Gen Zs are most moved, like we are moved by things we see, like he said.
Fancy stuff.
Fancy things, cars, houses, money, everybody's splashing money everywhere. Everybody wants to, yes, I want to be like this particular person. The way he spends.
Is it a moral issue or an upbringing issue?
I would say it's a moral issue, because it's depends on you. You can't tell me that, yes, you are coming from a religious home and you tell me that, yes, my parents brought me up in a Christian way, not to look at people, not to be so covetous about the things of the world and all. And I see something online and I like what this person is actually like doing, and I say, yes, I want to do this thing, and like, I'll think about what most of us don't think about that anymore. Our parental stuff is just like, most of us just take it and just throw it out of the window. Most of us.
Now, I'm going back to that generalization again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know up to 70 million people?
I don't know up to.
Do you know up to 100 million people?
I don't know up to 100.
Do you know up to 50,000 people?
No, I don't.
So most of us will not suffice.
Let me speak of Nigerian youths. Honestly, I won't lie. Nigerian youths on their own would want anything flashy, anything that makes,
Every human being likes good things in life.
Sure.
Good. So there's nothing wrong in liking good things in life. It's how you acquire it that is the issue.
It's going extra mile.
Good. And are you ready to work for it? Which brings us to the next question. Is your generation ready to work for the things they want, Godson?
No.
Ebuka.
With the level of effort they are putting and what they want, they don't even tolerate.
Okay, which is more? The effort is more or the desire is more?
The desire is more.
Okay, now has it gone beyond desire to lust? Where should we put it?
You can say something like that. Because when your desire is too big and you are not even seeing, you are not working, someone is not working, but he's telling you that he's going to ride a Rolls Royce. I've seen people like that. You are not doing anything, you've not even gotten admission. You say, this Rolls Royce, I'm going to drive it. How are you going to do it?
Okay. Could the person be talking out of faith, or is just someone lost in dreams?
It's not out of faith. It's someone lost in dreams, like you said, because you can't just wake up like they say. There's an adage in my village. It's the hands that touch dirt that gets let's call it oily. Oily. Let me speak it in my language. So if you put your hands in something, like my father said, there is no how you would you sit down in one place and manna will fall down from heaven. It was in the Bible that thing happened, and it has never happened since then.
It happened for a reason.
It happened for a reason, because at that moment there was like no food in the land and stuff like that. So God had to like send them.
There was food. They were on transition. They were on the move.
So
they couldn't stop to farm.
Yes, but like even if you stay in one place, it's not something that that a miracle can happen.
Okay. While people keep praying for the miracles, now let's ask this question before I let you and bring in the next set of guests. What's the connection between your younger generation and the older two generations before yours? Apart from family, apart from parents, child relationship, what's the work relationship? What's the development relationship? What's the What's that connection you see from your end between your generation and those ahead of you?
Should I come in?
Yes, feel very free to come in.
Okay, I don't think there is cordial relationship between this younger generation and the older ones because we tend to disagree with most principles. You understand?
Because you are disobedient?
No, not about disobedience. Their own time and our time is not the same. Even from dressing, from the slangs we use now, for many things, they disagree with many things. But they just
Who's disagreeing? The older generation is disagreeing?
Yes. They say, do it like this, do it like this. Sometimes maybe, like, let's say in the place of work, let me use the place of work. Some older person might want you to write. Say, you write this thing, write news, write. But you say, I want to type it. You say, no, you're a journalist. You need to write things down.
You have to write things down.
Yes, you have to write things, but you can also type. You can also record.
So you can type, you can record.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an example. Good. What other form of disagreement do you see or conflict do you see between your younger generation and those way ahead of you?
The thing is this. There is a lot.
Even in the money aspect.
In terms of making money, it's I won't say that there are more similarities because, like, I'll put it that, okay, people that are ahead of us are, sorry to use the word, they're archaic or something. They feel that everything should be done by you sweating.
Okay, hold on. I think this should be like the information age, right?
Yes.
Your generation did not bring about the information age.
And we didn't bring that's the beginning to everything now.
But we advanced it.
Your generation did not advance the information age. Your generation is benefiting from the hard work and sweat of those that invented and advanced the information.
That's why they should leave us to enjoy
Okay,
it.
Mark Zuckerberg, can you consider him as older generation also? Mark Zuckerberg.
He's in his 30s, heading to 40.
But is he an older generation?
Well, he's still your generation.
So
but there's those before him, mind you. There is the Apples, there is the Microsoft that give us the hardwares.
Yeah.
Before them, there is those that give us the hard coding for those particular hardwares. But it's a continuous transition.
Process, yeah.
One to the next generation, and everybody has to work in sync. Now we're looking at Africa and looking at productivity. And I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse. It's been fun having you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us.
I want to look at by this time in the next year, and I say, okay, good. I think I crossed these guys. I want to see them doing something great. So we are going to have another set of very good, beautiful, handsome young people on SOUQ Pulse. But before we get there, I want to say thank you very much for everybody that's watching. Hey, let's continue this conversation. Don't go anywhere. We're going to a very short break. Godson and Ebuka will beat us by, and we will have Michael and Joy join us. And we'll keep talking. What are the opportunities out there, and where are we heading with our youth? SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is your show, this is your program, and this is SOUQ Pulse on a beautiful, beautiful start of the week. And there's no better way to get this going but having young people and we talk. Most people will be wondering why? 70% of the population is no joke. And if we can harness this set and get the best out of them, then I promise you the world have not seen Nigeria move. To continue this particular discussion on young people and the opportunities and their priorities, Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse, also for the very first time, Michael and Joy. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chick, for having us.
Are you blushing?
I'm smiling.
You're smiling. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Now, we had the Buka and Godson earlier on before you came up. And before we started, I really had to just get this out there. How was your service here? Joy, how was your service here? Okay, how has your service here been? It's drawing to a close, I think.
Yes.
Good. So how was it?
It has been good so far. It has not really been easy at all. Like, NYS is not for the weak.
NYS is not, that's the National Youth Service.
It's not for the weak.
It's not for the weak.
Yes.
Okay, but the last I checked is for everybody that graduates.
Yes.
You need 1 year before you can go to work and serve somewhere.
Yes.
So how is it not for the weak?
It's stressful.
It's stressful.
Yes.
Okay. Michael, do you share that idea that it's stressful?
Very much.
Very much.
I think she's not emphasizing on the stress as she has to. It's very, 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 very stressful.
As you mentioned it like 4 times. So
Double it.
Okay, now for your own side, now let's personalize this. Okay. What was the stress involved?
A whole lot of things comes with NYSC.
Okay. No, let's talk about your NYSC because some other people's NYSC is not stressful.
It is me speaking.
Yes.
A whole lot of things comes with NYSC. You see, when you go, there's this euphoria of joy of getting into camp, meeting people with the mindset you're going to have a broader connection as time goes on. And then when you're done with this,
after the
first 3 weeks in camp,
they scatter everybody.
Yes, and then you get to your PT, you get your posting. That's when the problem comes. Imagine somebody living a very soft life in Lagos, being posted somewhere in Kano or Mina or in Borno. For an instance, I'm not saying to a way more remote area.
What is it called?
Where you have to like enter a boat without a life jacket, not even a speedboat.
You didn't do that.
How sure are you?
Okay, you redeployed.
How sure are you?
Okay.
I was dislodged from Lagos. I camped in Oyo State. I can tell you how terrible it is for me to get to Oyo. Okay. First, I was promised it's a 3 hours trip. I left Lagos by 3. I got to camp by 11 p.m.
It's an experience. And now you can recount it.
Not anybody wants to get his or herself involved in. But then it's part of the experience.
Good.
Because there are so many more of them.
Okay. Yours, was it as bad as he had it?
Mine was okay, but I can only thank God because I got posted to Sokoto.
Come again?
Sokoto. I've never gone there before.
They didn't see the color of your skin
They
before.
did not see. They didn't see it.
Okay.
I can't even imagine it, but I just had to read the
But it's all good. It's all good. There are people. We try to serve communities. We try to give a bit of what we have to benefit and learn from wherever we get to be posted. But it's an experience that you can write about it, you can talk about it, you can educate somebody about it. So it's good you went, you saw, and you're still conquering. Now let's come back to what we're talking about. Young people and the opportunities out there, young people and their priorities. Before Godson and Ebuka left, I was asking this particular question. What's the connection between your generation, your younger people, and let's say 2-3 generations ahead of you when it comes to opportunities, when it comes to work, when it comes to business, when it comes to idea sharing, when it comes to being able to open up and talk?
Well, not to cut it short, but I think we are no longer the younger generation.
Okay.
Except you're trying to pick a comparison.
I'm talking about your generation right now.
We are no longer a younger generation.
Okay.
We've been exposed to the worst of it all, societal-wise and everything. So I don't think we are a younger generation now. We are a surviving generation. It is no way I due to call us a younger generation. Okay. We are the surviving generation now.
Hold your thought. Are you looking at, okay, now I'm looking at young people by age. I'm not looking at it by experience. Okay. Now, experience is two different things. You can have someone who's 12 and he's 30-something at heart.
So young persons by age. What's the age bracket you're looking at?
Let's don't go there. I'm looking at age by service right now.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand. It's age by service. So whatever bracket that service brings you into. So now, for those now, there's always been this issue of open talk, in quote, asterisks, opportunities. They don't let us. The us is still not defined. The they is still not defined. There's still that untold cagey kind of conversation where some generations see the younger one as, wait, it's not your turn. I'm talking about an African thing. Okay. So is it something that you see, or is it something that you've observed, or is it something that you think we need to break that particular jinx?
It's everybody's experience. It's something I have seen. It is me growing up to become people's uncle, and then you begin to realize that what you were looking up to your uncles to do for you and they were unable to do it, then you are seen as a big deal. You are growing now into the same circumstance where you are limited by budget, and then you cannot actually provide in any way.
Can you call that budget finance? Limited by finance.
We can add finance to it. That's adding a sugar coat on top, making it sound sweeter. But then the reality is we don't get to meet up what we expect or what we want to as a generation. We live on the promises on, no, this is regular press kit, like, okay, this is yours. Go through this process, come through this process. At this end, you're going to take over, stuff like that. But then when you get to this point, there is nothing there for you.
Okay, hold on to that particular thought. Now, even in this climb, but majorly outside Africa, we see young people doing extraordinary things. We see young people being able to vision an idea, birth that idea, and get support for that idea in extraordinary ways. Typical example, the Silicon Valley was completely run by very young people at that particular time, although not your generation. Do you see Africa being able to pull that stunt, aside what is happening in Rwanda and some other few African hubs, and a bit of Nigeria too?
For me, yes. But at times, let's say most people feel that, okay, the country is limiting them from doing what they want to do, maybe because of the economy or the hardship or something. But most of the time, you can't even compare the youths over there to the ones here.
Why?
I don't know, but for me, I feel that...
Why can't you compare the youths over there to the ones here?
There is money there. It's not like as if there's no money in Nigeria, but there is money, but it's not just circulating everywhere.
Who told you that? There is money. So if once we get there now, we can just take a basket and go to one.
But you can't compare their
economy system
ours.
to ours. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's say, for instance,
Are we looking at opportunities available or money? Because those are two different things. Are we looking at opportunities available there or the money available?
opportunities are available there, and
Okay.
the money is available there. Opportunities are available here too.
Okay, then what exactly is holding young people?
They want more.
They want
More.
more. Good. So if young people want more, Michael,
Yeah.
you can't want without giving.
Okay.
It's either you are giving a skill, or you're giving a talent, or you're giving time in return.
Okay.
Which means you have to have something to exchange for what you want. So what do you think young people are lacking to be able to get what they want?
I believe you must have had your share of experience, the Nigerian factor. There is this limited policy that supports the younger generation. You get to see policies over time that promise a greener pasture, but they're not implemented. That is why at the end of the day, we see some startup fintechs in Nigeria, when they grow to a certain scale, they sell off, start another business, venture into another business again.
Okay, they are selling off because of the age of those involved.
Not actually the age, because environment becomes way more,
They
not
grow
that
bigger than
conducive.
their environment.
Not really bigger.
Okay.
The policies don't longer favor them. When you start up
If the
and then you,
policies
you
are
put
not
you put in your effort,
Okay.
you grow to an extent. That is when they begin to like, oh, you've not really given us this. You're supposed to start doing this and that for the government. You're supposed to do this and that. But then you are a startup. There is no particular policy that should give you a framework. Maybe let's say, as a startup, you're supposed to work for like 5-10 years without paying or getting a loan from a bank without paying interest. Then after 10 years, you can start doing this and that back. But then you get to see them give you tomorrow. They doesn't even go to this government, the rice government. Let's not just go there. But
Okay.
that's
Before,
the
since
policy.
you've said let's not go there, let's hold on to. Now, very soon you will need to define that rice government.
Are we?
Let's get back this way. Do you think the youth are a priority in this current dispensation?
Of course they are.
Can you give us why examples?
Okay, because for me, I feel that the youth are more knowledgeable.
Okay.
They have more experiences. I feel in some situations and in some aspects, they have more experiences, even more than, I don't know how to call you guys age.
The older generation.
Just go ahead, hit
But then-
it, hit it
But
under,
then-
Older generation,
between anywhere.
they are more
We'll take it
knowledge. Like my mom, for instance, maybe there's something that she doesn't know in her phone.
on her phone.
Yeah, on her phone. Sorry for that. So she comes to me or comes to my youngest sister. So I'm like, mommy, you don't know this one too.
On the phone.
So it's,
Business-wise. But then, when you begin to like see yourself trying to venture into the market space,
Okay.
they begin to ask you for 10 years experience. How is a fresh graduate supposed to get 10 years experience
Exactly.
in this particular field? I
Okay,
am just
now
closing
for
up my
10 years
service.
experience, that is if you want to apply to work. Not if you are coming with your idea for development. Does it also affect that?
If you're coming with your idea, you must sell experience.
So if you're coming with your idea, you must sell experience.
Yes.
We've not been able to develop whereby we have a particular financial house sitting down somewhere and looking for
Sell to me your idea, and then
ideas
let's see
to-
what we
to
can
birth.
work around it.
Okay,
There is
so-
none of that.
So are you sure there's none of that?
Prove me.
Good. Now, are there none of that? These are things we really need to now start talking about. But we know that several times we've had intervention funds, be it from the federal government through several banks. Now, how those banks work are things we will need to look up and ask ourselves direct questions. Are we really looking forward to empowering younger people to go out there and do exploits? That's a discussion for another day. Now, let's look at this particular issue. JAPA.
Japa.
99.9% of those living shores of Africa are young people. Do you have any issue with it?
Personally,
Yes.
why wouldn't I? We are year on year, we are seeing the inflation go as high as it is. Then we come back to the table every minute of the year, like every moment, discussing minimum wage. I'm sure you've heard both on paper and probably on the radios where they approved the 70k minimum wage. It didn't get to call members.
Okay.
Yet there was that romance on air that it has been approved and core members were getting the same allowance, and most of them lost, their source of, that extra patch, like Ojen 2K. They don't pay you 70k, they ask me for Ojen 2K.
Okay. So now you're talking some personal experience. Okay, good. Now let's look at the Japa issue, Joy. Now people look at it from different ways. Some young people leave Africa, go there and acquire better skills. Now, for some countries, the skill benefit them. For those that doesn't benefit, there's this remittance at the end of whenever the person starts working and starts making money. But now, the other thing we're looking at is brain drain. Now, from your take, where do you stand? For or against?
The people that are
for Japa, against Japa?
I'm for Japa.
Are you looking forward to it?
Who will not run?
Run from what?
Hardship.
Okay. Now, this particular places, I am not an advocate of run, I'm not an advocate of not. But now the issue is this particular greener pasture where we are all trying to get to, somebody else watered those particular grounds, somebody else planted. And people stayed there and shed blood and tears to make it rosy. So at what point in time do you think we should also do the same thing for Africa? Is it a doable thing, Michael?
It's literally doable, but practically it seems more impossible. Because what you get here on Earth is a promise that's okay, we're going to give, an olive branch to younger people to come in and, be part of the government, be part of the system, this and that. And somebody's employing you or like giving you an appointment as a Minister of Information. He's putting somebody ahead of you who probably has no ICT knowledge. You're bringing ideas forward. And somebody is telling you, okay, wait, at the end of the day, we're going back to outsource. Consult this firm, this international firm, consult that international firm. Why wouldn't you move and work for those firms, which they will end up consulting to come and work for the country?
Do you share his opinion?
Exactly.
Exactly like with your big time rubber stamp.
Yes, but me, I feel that no matter where you go to, if you cannot be able to succeed in that small place you're in, even though you go to a big country where there is money flowing everywhere, you cannot still be able to succeed there.
That is if you're not traveling with a purpose.
Yeah. So there are still 80% of people in Nigeria that are still making it here.
80% of people still making it.
Yes.
Now let's go to the youth population. 70%. The workforce in Nigeria are young people. Are this set of young people really putting that statistics to use? If we want to change something and 70% of us occupy that particular space, why can't we change the narrative?
Are we looking at 70% in the civil service or
70% of
in
young
private
people?
That's what I'm saying.
Whether they're in the civil service, whether they're in the military or in the paramilitary or the police,
If
or
they
whether
are
they
in-
don't have
if-
a job.
If they're in the private sector, we can't be looking to them.
The entire workforce.
The entire workforce.
And population
Not every private sector belongs to the NLC. So you cannot use the same category or the same, the yardstick to measure who is a civil servant and who is in that private sector working. In the private sector, you can wake up any day, your boss just sends you out, and then in civil service, it doesn't work like that.
Okay.
There's a process to every other
What
thing.
can this 70% do to change the narrative?
Do we have any record of the 70%?
Yes.
What statistics is it
Is
coming
in
from?
your population census.
Population census?
Yes.
It is very wrong.
Which of them?
It is very wrong. That depends. That takes us back to me asking you, when we say young persons, what age bracket are we looking at for young persons in
Now,
Nigeria?
for this particular young person, everybody below the age of 45
Is a young person.
is a young person. Even below the age of 50 is a young person.
Is a young person.
Yes.
We are not ready to move yet.
We're not.
Everybody's young there.
We are not
No,
ready
of
to
course,
move yet.
if you are below 50, you are a young person.
If you're below 50, you're a young person.
You're a young person.
I'm actually a baby.
I'm
I'm 16.
Then you've not been born yet, right? Now let's take this further. Do you think African youths are distracted?
I don't buy the idea.
Okay, let's start with you. Why do you think African youths are distracted?
Okay, like I said before,
they want more. But like for me, I feel that if you as a youth can increase your capacity of working, try to learn more things, learn more skills, then go to a company to apply for a job. Maybe you say, okay, I've learned enough. Why would they pay me such amounts? So they say, no, that's what they can pay, and you leave. So that's what I'm talking about. They want more. And if you continue to get more and more and more, then how will the country move forward? And how will most things be done? So people will just keep on having that idea that I don't have anything, so let me just stay. I told them, because I have a friend of mine, she said if she gets a job and they are not paying her so amount, that she's not.
Put a figure to
250K.
Only.
She just finished 7, so like.
It depends on the skill she has.
Yeah, she has a skill. Yeah, but for me, I feel that slowly you can move up to earning 1M monthly.
It depends on what you're bringing to the table, please.
Yeah, it depends, but you can't just bam enter like that.
It depends on where you also enter. Now, of course, yes. Now, do you think African youths are distracted?
Not in any way.
Are you sure?
Very.
Okay.
We are the most hardworking, young
I'm
person.
not saying
We are not distracted.
lazy.
I'm not saying we are lazy or not, but I'm telling you, we are not distracted. If we are distracted, the bad things that we record this period would have been much more than this.
Okay. Let me help you with these statistics.
Okay.
Cameroon has had a president that has been there since almost before I was born, before he became president.
Not just him.
Cameroon is like the standout one.
Okay.
Now talk of those other smaller countries like him, majorly francophone countries.
Okay.
And they've had a youth population in those countries for over 50 years. What have they done? Now, those countries are still living below the poverty mark, though poverty mark not set by Africa in the first place.
Okay.
So who exactly should change the narratives in Africa? Is it the old men or the young people? So what exactly is distracting the people from focusing on things that matter? What exactly is holding them down if it's not distraction?
The simplest choice of word is hunger.
Hunger, which means hunger can be a distraction.
Yeah, hunger.
So who is putting the hunger on the table?
The same people and the system.
Good. If we look at some side of the story, hunger comes because there are no foods coming from the farm, which means everybody has a leg, has a hand. You can go to the farm and farm.
Oh.
So why should hunger be the problem? Why should somebody tell you can't go back and live the way your forefathers lived? Even if all of us can't do the same, if you can do that and feed others, why we focus on a particular tax? Why are we not getting Africa off the shackles? We've read about it, heard it in music for over 50 years. So what exactly is taking our minds away?
You're asking this question from a point of zero neutrality. Personally, I would say that.
I'm also part of it.
No, because if you are living in this, like if you are in this country particularly, you should know better how things work. I used to own a farm in Makurdi.
Now, say you,
1001 things to cause out. If you ask him,
things work.
Yes.
So we now leave it the way how things work. What have we been able to do to change the narrative?
We did come this far to get low.
Okay.
Things began to get bad.
You mean something is happening?
Something is happening. And we just call it out. Insecurity. Are you trying to tell me that because I own a farmland and I want to go to farm,
can I also
should I also be given a gun?
Can I also tell you that a lot of those people involved in that particular nefarious activity called, be it kidnapping, be it getting farmers off their lands, are also young people?
Because they've been brainwashed and they've been exposed to hunger. These people haven't starved. You can't call a graduate out now who has a brighter future and who has seen a roadmap, who has set a particular roadmap for him or herself, and tell him, come on, take this gun. I want you to go and kidnap you on the road when you are going back home. I have a future.
There's someone called the underpants bomber.
Okay.
Do you remember that history?
I'm not good at bombing.
He's a very, very young Nigerian who happens to be the son of a very influential person in this country.
Okay.
And he was not even 30 yet.
Okay.
So it's not about education.
It is.
But he was way, way more educated than...
When we talk about education, you should know that it's not just about being an expert in a certain field. it's your ability to grasp, comprehend every other communication that's coming your way. Like
So
if I am going to tell you now,
people like him did not comprehend or grasp what was coming their way.
people can be coerced into so many things. There are things beyond the normal eye.
Where do we drop the aspect of people taking responsibility for what is given to them?
The part where you come in.
Okay.
You need to
Now
call
let's get to technology. Now, this particular dispensation is the information age, and the younger people in Africa have been so blessed that technology is not just bridging the gap, but opening up opportunities. Do you see younger people making the best out of this? Aside the craze of trying to get more money.
Yes.
The technology drive is just young person. It's just young people. When we talk about technology in this age, I don't think your age bracket comes in, because when we talk about technology now, you should be talking about the teenagers now that we are. Since you all are youths in your 50s, we the teenagers now.
Okay.
We are the young persons that drive technology.
Okay. Let's. I want to see a future where things are not just being imported outside Africa. Be it hardware, be it software, be it apps, they originate from here, for here, solving solutions here. Do you see Africans getting that done? Although we've seen that a trickle of it, but do you see Africans majorly getting that done?
Sure, but it's going to take a while.
It's going to take a while. Now, let's come back to Africa. Do you think Africa is shortchanging the young people?
The answer is obvious.
Joy, are they?
Changing, how do you mean?
Not letting them be their best. Cheating them in one form or the other.
Yes.
Putting roadblocks on the way.
Yes, it's obvious.
One
Like
example.
you said. A lot.
One example.
I can give you a whole lot more. But then
hold on to your whole lot. Thank you very much, Joy. Thank you very much, Michael. Now, to everyone out there, remember this and stay alive. There are no nation that can grow without the direct input of the young people. That's a no-no. And if you think wherever you are, it doesn't matter how old you are, that you hold on to people's idea, it doesn't matter how old the person that is bringing it, birthing it, or bringing it out is, then you are also part of the problem. Let every seed grow. Let every plant germinate. Be like the sun. Whoever can get it, let him have it. And let's open up that opportunity. Even if you can't have the money to finance those businesses, at least encourage them. If you can't shout, push. We have to encourage the younger people and get the best out of them. And take responsibility for those around you too. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse. I look forward to seeing you a year from now and having this conversation again. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's been a beautiful time on SOUQ Pulse today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a very beautiful day. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard, if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes, when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerile, who's DG of Tourism, Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerile at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? Or what they're doing, or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I'll go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eon, Femi
Kuti. So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who was a busker
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and you know, and this also represents a huge shift and a to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity. Yes. But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% going to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to, because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money, right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art, focus on the business.
On art. Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It really costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You hand
Whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Well, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy, please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs or
all the lights.
It's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it. And that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while. So we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us. Whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards, we just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching.
Everything is going to.
We're all watching here. True. More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.